the Aces, it's lucrative. It's also like, duh. And maybe it could still happen. It's just not going to happen right now. But try. Because Hammond's stuff is so close. But look, and seriously, a massive progress there. That's the NBA, and the Aces in particular, for doing something that really just feels like long overdue. Hammond is still a little and the funny thing about contracts, especially coaches' contracts, they're often made to be broken. I know. And she's still very close, but she could still very much end up in the hoping sooner rather than later. Yeah. She should be able to. You want to run the right who's you play for? Well, the Bulls all coming up. Well, Rosen is trying to be just like Mike. What is that plan on the list of like heck the one? You're going to find out top players next.
Welcome to Allstate. New lower auto rates are worth celebrating. Now get new lower auto rates and good news with Allstate. Make a call for a lower auto rate today.
We always believed the welcoming spirit was a small town. Turns out we were wrong. New places that don't have a welcome sign. Spots where you don't look for fun.
Took a 9/11 about 107 down a back road the whole way to Raymond James Stadium in Tampa, Florida for the 2022 Outback Bowl between the Penn State Lions and the Arkansas Razorbacks. Happy New Year and thanks for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Penn State, hashtag Arkansas, hashtag PSU versus ARK. That is PSU versus ARK for Arkansas. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. So good day, mate, and welcome to Walmart. We're going to grip it and rip it and kick off the new year with the first college football game to be played this year and the first ever meeting between Penn State and Arkansas as well, which honestly is a little hard to believe because you would have thought they would have met at least once, say in the 1960s or 70s, but no. So here we are with the Lions and Hogs at 7-5 and 8-4 respectively, with Arkansas as a 3-point favorite, as the line has changed back and forth in favor of both teams since this game was announced. Basically a pick 'em now with all the opt-outs for both teams. Over-under is 48, but with the opt-outs, it's more so than not for Penn State, and those players include wide receiver Jahan Dotson, defensive end Arnold Ebiketie, defensive tackle Derek Tangelo, linebackers Ellis Brooks and Brandon Smith, safety Jaquan Brisker. They've all opted out and declared for the NFL draft. Will not play today. Cornerback Treat Castro Fields is not in pads, so it doesn't look like he'll see the field today either. So who steps up in their absence? I do know Anthony Poindexter is the interim defense coordinator today in place of Brent Pry, who left for Virginia Tech, and also that unfortunately due to opt-outs, which regardless of your future, I mean, come on, man. I mean, seriously, you can't stick it out for one more game and play for your team in school, but it's just how it is nowadays. But they're going to have to, unfortunately, burn some red shirts. But what can you do? It is what it is. Now you got to play with who you still have left. But we'll see. Only time will tell who does, in fact, step up. Wide receiver Traylon Burks and defensive end Trey Williams are out as opt-outs for Arkansas as well. So none of those players that I just named off, unfortunately, will in fact play today. But hoping for a hard-fought, back-and-forth close game decided by less than 10 points in Penn State's first Outback Bowl since the 2010 season, 5th all-time, and Arkansas's first Florida Bowl trip since 2006 season, and first ever Outback Bowl for the Hogs. So I'll have an order of pork chops here at high noon. Arkansas is 0-4, however, all-time versus the Big Ten during bowl season. However, they have won 3 of 4, first bowl game since 2016 this postseason, whereas Penn State, the Nitwits, they've won 2 of 3, but haven't defeated an SEC team in a bowl game since last time they won on January the 1st, which was back at the end of the 2009 season, January the 1st, 2010, against LSU in the Citrus Bowl. Penn State today, Penn State is going to have to be able to run the football and stop the run in order to win. If they can, okay, good chance. But if not, ball game, plain and simple, end of story. No super penalties either. We do have a Big 12 officiating crew here today, as Arkansas will don their home uniforms, Penn State and their road whites. Turnovers and special teams will be key and potentially the difference once we're done here in a few short hours. But I did hear from a little birdie, Marty Bird, and he says take the blue and white to win. So do what the man says on this sunny 80-degree day where it's just north of half that and rainy here, right here in Happy Valley. Thank you once again for tuning in and listening. And as always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coy and Luke 96. Penn State is 7-5. They started at 5-0 with wins over Wisconsin, Ball State, Auburn, Villanova, and Indiana. However, 3-game losing streak in October against Iowa, Illinois, 9 overtimes, and Ohio State, and then a 500 final month, defeating Maryland, losing to Michigan, defeating Rutgers, and then in the snow against Michigan State, losing to the Spartans as well. Arkansas on the flip side at 8-4. You can split their season into thirds. Huge wins over Texas, Texas A&M, Mississippi State, and LSU. They also defeated Rice, Georgia Southern, Arkansas, Pine Bluff, and Missouri on Black Friday. However, losses to Ole Miss, who's in a New Year's Six. They play later on the night in the Sugar Bowl against Baylor. And they also lost to Alabama and Georgia, who both won yesterday in the College Football Playoff semifinals and will now meet once again in the National Championship game on Monday night, January the 10th. And then there's Auburn. Auburn is the common opponent with these two teams here today, as Penn State defeated the Tigers by 28-20 back mid-September. And then Auburn defeated Arkansas about a month or so later on the road, 38-23. So honestly, you can fill in the blank on who's going to win this game here today. Actually, let me know in the comments below. And once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Balance and consistency. Keep it simple. It all starts up front. Got to be able to block to run the damn ball, open up play action, play your blue-collar defense, rely on your special teams. That's for both teams. Both these teams are more similar than they are different. Arkansas has one of the best rushing attacks in the SEC, let alone the country. So I said, if Penn State is going to have some trouble rushing themselves on offense and then can't stop their own defense, they're going to be in for it, especially with as many players are out, more so not in blue and white defense, with Ebiketie and Derek Tangelo, and then, I mean, in all three phases of the game, offense, defense, and special teams. I mean, we saw back Michigan State game, as Jordan Stout's been the kicker and punter all year, for some reason Jake Pinniger came in and kicked for the first time all year. But losing Jahan Dotson's going to suck on offense. They got to go to the tight ends and where they got to find a running game. It all starts up front. Clifford can't do it all by himself. You're going to have to run the football, whether it be Noah Kane, Kevon Lee, John Lovett, Devin Fork, Isaiah Holmes. I do not care. Find a running game and have it be balanced and consistent. Okay? Because that's exactly what they're going to do to you today. So give it right back to them and punch them in the mouth and go to work. Clifford's going to have to make some plays, though, too. Christian Veilleux to back up. But, as always, we'll see what it gives. But, no, losing everyone to opt-outs. First ever time in Penn State history that they've had at least one opt-out for a bowl game. But it's just how college football is nowadays. So what can you do about it? They're not going to play. You play with who you have and play your best football. Whether you do or not, I mean, of course, you hope to come out on top with the W. But, no Jahan Dotson. But then, everybody, as mentioned on defense, they're going to be out. Ebiketie, Tangelo, in the middle with both backers in Ellis Brooks and Brandon Smith. Still got Jesse Luketa, who can play both DN and linebacker, so potentially look to see if he has a big game today. And then, no Castro Fields right now, as far as we know. He's not dressed, so it doesn't look like he'll play, but, that's pregame. Maybe, he goes and gets changed and he will play. I don't know what the issue is there by any means, unless he's decided to opt out and not play either, or if there's a injury or some type of suspension of some sorts. Who knows? But of course, you still got Joey Porter Jr., Jair Brown. Jonathan Sutherland's going to play a little corner and safety today. Keaton Ellis. I mean, Johnny Dixon transferred from South Carolina. He knows Arkansas and the SEC well. The King twins potentially look for them to have another showing outcoming today. Not necessarily a big game, but somebody's going to have to step up. I don't care who it's going to be to run the football. It's fun to run a game, and somebody step up on defense. But yeah, just balance and consistency. Keep it simple. Run the football. Don't play action. Play good defense. Rely on your special teams. Might be a special teams day, at least for Penn State, because they haven't had to return punt or a kick for a score, or at least to get them in good starting field position since late last year. So we're into the new year now. Happy New Year once again, everyone. That's where we're at. So we're going to kick off here in about 5 minutes or so. Sports Center wrapping up. But as always, coming at halftime, we'll have first half stats and scores. Going to recap to this point the college football bowl season as well. Big Ten is 5-2. Both losses yesterday with Rutgers and Michigan. SEC's 3-5. Nice aerial shot of the beaches of Sunshine State. We'll have Dave Fleming and Rod Gilmore on the call, and here come the blue and white. Penn State Lions take the field, as do the Hogs, as I'm sure they're calling them, with Pig Suey. But seems to me this crowd's going to be about split down the middle, 50-50. It's Arkansas's first Florida trip for a bowl game in a decade and a half. Penn State just played the Citrus Bowl a few years back, also on New Year's Day, against Kentucky in the loss. So I'm not necessarily saying, Penn State's used to going to Florida for bowl games, but, I mean, they've had their fair share of trips down south this time of year. And against the SEC, they're about 500 in these games. So, as always, something's got to give. We'll see what does. But, coming at halftime, we'll have first set stats and scores. Take a look around. Also, what's going on today. This is the first game of the new year. We'll have two games kick off at 1 o'clock, followed by the Rose and Sugar Bowl later on tonight. And then there's one bowl game middle of next week for some unknown reason. I have no idea why. Why they couldn't have fit it in on, especially all the cancellations and all that. Sometime this past week, Sam Pittman, Arkansas head coach, going to get interviewed pregame here. It is a New Year's Day game. A lot on the line. Finish season strong. Start off next year with a bang, so to speak, with this new year and in the 2022 season that'll begin in the fall. But you got to take care of business and one thing at a time. We got the coin toss. We'll see if they show it. You can see it in the background. Penn State's visitors, they're going to call it. Heads, tails, what do you say? And of course, they got to show us a highlight for the Penn State season recap now. Yeah, it was a 5-0 start. They lose 3 in a row. They really only, since mid-October, have won, 2 of their last 7, which it has been very frustrating and disappointing at times, because in the losses, they've been right there. All 5 losses came by less than 10 points. Make it 9 points, okay? Lost by 3 at Iowa, 2 against Illinois, 9 against Ohio State, and then 4-3 against both Michigan and Michigan State. So as they zoom in on both head coaches, we're about to fire the cannons and kick off the new year with the 2022 Outback Bowl. So once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. But we'll get more into everything else a little bit later on. But let me know in the comments below once again who you have coming out on top. And if Penn State wins, both teams finish 8-5. Arkansas wins, they get a 9-4 campaign. Penn State at 7-6. So, I mean, this is a big drop off, but that's 1-2 game difference right there, and that's feeling into next year, whether it's good or bad for you. Arkansas is arguably, and I've had a lot of respect for them in the past decade or so. For myself, growing up watching sports, and they've arguably had one of their best years in recent memory this past year. Go back to Brett Bielema. Also, as John L. Smith came from the Big Ten, he had some success. Hell, he was their last head coach last time Arkansas was in a bowl game. They let him go. Of course, he's rebounded, and he's back in the Big Ten at Illinois. But then, you go through Chad Morris, and Sam Pittman's the right guy for the job. Arkansas is going to kick off, so Penn State's going to receive to begin this game today. So we'll get to see 14, Sean Clifford, the Big Red Dog, and the Penn State offense out on the field first here to begin 2022. As they're going to call the Hogs, and Arkansas is on the kickoff. Woo Pig Suey. And surprisingly, they had the field done at Raymond James Stadium, home of the defending Super Bowl champions and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Penn State on offense first, touchback, 1st and 10 from 25. White on white. So, in the holiday spirit, Christmas last week, now it's New Year's. Lots of red and white. They're going to start out of the gun. Trip, stop your screen, handoff to 2-4 Kevon Lee. So going to try to turn this offense early, and they do need a fast start, to be honest with you. Work out of the gun again, and over the middle pass, batted down, deflected, almost picked off. So 3rd down and 8. And that Outback Bowl patch for Penn State on the left shoulder was intended for 86 Brent Strange. So at least they're going to tight ends early and trying to find a running game. But from the 26 officially, 3rd down and 8 for the Lions. Trips in a bunch on top of your screen. And Clifford now going to step up. Go. Get the 1st down. He will. So they'll move the sticks early. No quick 3 now. Hopefully, knock on wood, drive doesn't stall here either. Drive and score some points. It does sound, even though crowd seems 50-50, like Penn State in their road whites is playing on the road in a true road game, not a neutral site for this bowl game. These Arkansas fans and you got to give them credit. As Penn State always travels well too, but it seems to me like this is an Arkansas home game right now. But if they can quiet the crowd, get a lead, play some good defense, no holding, which is a surprise, but a handoff up the middle again, and Kevon Lee gets about 3 yards there. Big 12 officials once again. Unfortunately, like I said earlier, with the opt-outs, Penn State's going to have to burn some red shirts, which really sucks. I mean, just is what it is. I mean, at least it's just not for one game. At least they've had some experience and played in up to 4 games already this year, so they actually know what the hell they're doing. But the opt-outs for Penn State is more on defense than on offense. But losing Jahan Dotson, I mean, to an extent, even though there's more than 5 on offense, and I've said that all year, go to somebody else because somebody else is open. It sort of equals itself out. Clifford's going to go deep down the far side, has a man, Parker Washington, inside the 20. 1st and 10, he lines at the 18-yard line. So just like that, about 2 minutes in, knocking on the door inside the red zone. Now you got to get back to the running game. They take the deep shot, and for the first time in quite a while, they actually execute it and capitalize in stride, fake the run, and then over the middle, a little high, intended for Strange. Incomplete. Clifford took a little bit of a shot, but he gets up. He's okay. 2nd down and 10. Yeah, just a little high for him. Get back to the run game. Could probably guarantee you that right now, for 2nd and 10 from the 19 officially is where they spot the ball for the big catch. They're going to have to settle for 3. They're going to have to kick a damn field goal. So Parker Washington's your number 1. Condre Lambert-Smith now your 2. And then, as we've seen all year, a few different receivers step up from behind everybody. Clifford fakes a give again, looking near side, going to roll out, and then throws it out of bounds, incomplete. Into the Hog cheerleaders, and now 3rd and 10. Gotta keep this defense off balance, keep them on their feet, on their heels. Get them squealing like the pigs they are. And then put it to them. 3rd down, 3rd and 10 from the 19. They're going to work out of the empty 5 wide. And they do bring pressure, and that's intentional grounding. Well, the ball did get back to the line of scrimmage. Nobody was there, but we'll see what the call is. It's either going to make it, a 36-yard field goal, or maybe a little longer with the penalty. Oh, man, if he would have had 2 seconds, even with the pressure, had a man open coming over the middle, far side. They do throw the flag, intentional grounding, loss of down. Still going to be 4th down, so they're going to kick.
Number 14, offense. The quarterback was still in the pocket, and there was no player.
Yeah.
Receiver in the area of the pass.
It's a pretty good call.
The penalty is a loss of down.
Yeah.
The spot of the foul is 4th down.
So they'll still kick a field goal here. Jesus Christ.
That was incomplete, right?
No, it wasn't incomplete. Why the fuck did you just throw the intentional grounding then, dumbass? What the hell? So from the 32-yard line, yeah, this will make it about a 49, 50-yard field goal for Jake Pinniger. Was stout onto, Jesus Christ. Shanked it wide right, and why? Honestly, why? He hasn't kicked all year, and he's not a good long field goal range kicker from distance. My God. Wide right, no good. So Penn State with a decent opening drive, and then it all goes south at the end. Intentional grounding. The refs can't even make up their damn mind, even after the fact that, okay, we just threw the intentional grounding. Pass was incomplete, right? Well, yeah, why'd you throw the intentional grounding? And then they missed the 50-yard kick. They were kicking from Tampa to Miami. That would have been good in that regard, but not through the uprights. Handoff up the middle from KJ Jefferson. And he's a dual threat. He can beat you in the pass and the run game. About a yard game. They're lucky enough there on that play. They say no gain, 2nd and 10. Another no gain on that play, 3rd down 10 for Arkansas. As 20, Dominic Johnson, and 22, Traylon Smith are your hog running backs. So we'll see if they can run hog wild and beat this Penn State defense here. If they can get off the field after that missed kick, get the ball back, good starting field position, drive again, eventually you're going to have to punch it in. You can't sell for 3. All right, but 3rd and 10 here from the 34 for Arkansas. Jefferson looking to throw after 2 runs and no gain, and he has a man that's going to be caught. That's 19, Tyson Morris. And big 1st and 10 for the Hogs. About 5 minutes in, they're out past midfield from the 46, 1st and 10. They're going to go hurry up, trips near side. Left to right for Arkansas. Right to left for Penn State here early. Crush television screen right in on a dial. Hand off to 20 in Johnson and breaks a few tackles and gets down inside the 25 for another big Arkansas 1st and 10. So got a little bit of a whistle. I don't know if we have an injury by any means or not, but Penn State on defense showing they're missing who they're missing with the opt-outs, no doubt about it. But you got to give credit to Arkansas though too. 2 straight plays and no yards to show for, and then 2 more plays since a good 50-plus yards and another 1st and 10, and now knocking on the door 1st and 10 officially from the 21-yard line. So no injury. I don't know what that whistle was about, but hand off to Johnson and Kalen King 4 on the tackle after a 3-yard pickup. And now, as Arkansas is in the red zone, as Penn State just was before a stall the drive, missed field goal, 2nd down and 7. Out of the gun, they'll hand off again. So both teams trying to establish this running game early. Of course, Arkansas is running it 10 times better than Penn State is, no doubt about it. 7 yards on that gain, another 1st and 10. And depending on the spot here, it looks like it'll be at the 11. So they should have about 8 shots to punch it in here for 6. Yeah, they'll say 1st and 10 rather than 1st and goal from the 11. And, it was the big pass play that, got it all started on 3rd and 10 to get back to the running game. And you got to give credit where credit's due. They've been able to drive. And, Penn State on defense, at least up front, some are already hands on hips. Hell, they probably haven't played in this hot of weather, of course, since practice past week. Since, fall camp that's picked off in the end zone, Jair Brown. So, all right, they, after all that, get out of it, and they'll have a 1st and 10 at the 20 now. So, 2 turnovers, basically, to begin this game for both teams. Penn State, just as Arkansas, both teams good drives to begin the game. And then a missed kick, and then an interception in the end zone. So, Jair Brown, along with Joey Porter Jr., those 2 in the back end, with Castro Fields not dressed, doesn't look like he's out there. And then, of course, Brisker opting out, that's really where we're at. And, there's a ton of holes on defense, no doubt about it, with everybody out. But those are your 2 veteran guys, and everybody else is filling in. You still got out front with Fred Hansard. And, Ellis and Izzard have played well all year in absence. P.J. Musfer went down against Iowa. But like I said, Jess Luketa, 40. Keep an eye on him all day because he can play both defensive end and linebacker. And with, a few of those spots empty right now, he has experience too. Those are your 3. Luketa, Porter Jr., and Jair Brown, of course, for the interception there to lead this defense. And if only the offense, as they did at least, they're on their opening drive there, do a little more than they've shown in opening drives all year long. But I don't get why Jake Pinniger's out there kicking a 50-yard field goal when he hasn't kicked all season long. He came in late in the Michigan State game. Okay? But other than that, he has not kicked at all.
in a game at least. And we knew coming into this year to begin with, he's not good from long distance. He's not a, 45, hell, 40-plus yard field goal kicker. Stout's your kickoff man. He's your all-around special teams kicker and punter. But I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Cheka was out there to hold. Rafael Cheka from Chevy Chase, Maryland. So, Santa did squeeze his fat white ass down everybody's chimney last week, and now here we are, Happy New Year. But, I don't get why Jake Penninger, once again, was out there kicking a 50-yard field goal when, unless Stout's hurt and I don't know it, or if he opted out last minute too, or if they're just going to go back to the way it was, before, and you have Penninger kick and Stout just punt. But, because Stout, they have now in every game this year, probably for the first time ever, to be honest with you, missed at least one kick in every game of the season, which that's just absolutely pathetic. You got to rely on your special teams, and when you can't, it's tough. At least they get the interception, the offense gets the ball back now, first 10 from the 20. 9:24 to play in this opening quarter. But, Stout, he's, good from that range. I don't get why, I don't know. It looked like the snap and hold were good, but Penninger it looked like a fifth grader out there kicking footballs at peewee practice. Completely shanked it. At least they got off the field on defense after that good Arkansas drive, and they get the interception. 1st and 10 from the 20. Now make it 2nd and 4 from the 26 after a 6-yard pickup. They're going to work out of empty once again, 5 wide. Clifford, 14 in the gun. Penn State, right to left, across your television screen, radio, and audio dial. Once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. Arkansas going to bring some pressure again. Clifford rolls out, and it's also going to be picked off. And 10 for Brenton Strange, and the defender tipped it to himself and picked it off. So 2 interceptions, one by each quarterback. 6 minutes or so in. And it's really at this point, what defense is going to bend and break, what defense is going to score points, special teams, because neither of these offenses have shown that they can, punch it in for 6, let alone getting field goal range and then have the opportunity to kick it. So, yeah. But, man, come on. 2 drives, 2 turnovers with a missed field goal, and then an interception. And they start 1st and 10 from the 42. So this Penn State defense, it might be, low scoring. Nice gang tackle there by... Ball comes out late. Penn State picks it up. He was down, though. He was down. They blow it dead. Just Lucada and Nick Tarburton on the tackle. Yeah, forward progress was stopped. It's a good call. So a 1-yard gain, 2nd out of 9. About 8:14 to play in this opening quarter, and we're tied at 0. Slow start here. Fast start, but a slow start, especially with turnovers. Curtis Jacobs on the run down. He's going to sack KJ Jefferson from behind. Both these teams, honestly, must love that Mike Huckabee relaxing him sleep, because once they, get going, shut their eyes and back off and just, hey, here's the ball for you. Go ahead and take it. From the 41, 3rd and 9. Almost picked off. It's incomplete. Intended for 19 and Morris. And who's on that coverage for Penn State? Was it Kalen King? Was it for King? At least they get off the field once again on D. And Arkansas is on a punt. So our first punt about midway through this opening quarter. And watch for a fake. They ran a perfectly executed fake punt on the road against Alabama and scored on it. They'll punt. Parker Washington back deep to receive. And it'll bounce out of bounds inside the 10. They'll mark it officially at the 11. So 1st and 10 for Penn State. From there, when we return, potentially third time's a charm. It's going to be their worst starting field position here today, though. They're going backwards in that category. 25, 20, now to the 11. I mean, at least, and it's gone backwards since the start of the game, too, with how many plays the drive's been with the turnovers. So, and that's not a good sign either, but maybe third time's a charm. Maybe they can, get something going, and it all starts up front. You got to be able to run the football. You can run the football. Clifford's getting pressure, so they got to do a better job up front on the offensive line. But credit to Arkansas's front seven. Because if they continue to bring pressure and force some turnovers, and then they get rolling on offense, I mean, there's probably no looking back. But at the same time, you don't want to take a ton of deep shots. So you want to keep them off balance. That's why if you can find a running game and then Clifford can air it out, you can't make a stupid decision like that. He's gone to Bretton Strange now 3 or 4 times. And that last time it was picked off because the defense knew exactly where he was going with the football. Like, where the hell's Theo Johnson? Why haven't you gone to anybody else other than Parker Washington at wide receiver? Work the damn screen game into the offense, for God's sakes. Mike Yursich, come on. So, it's small little things. It's all gonna, at the end, boil down to whatever the outcome's gonna be. But that's why you save your money. It all adds up in the end, and it's very frustrating at times. It is. You can't turn the ball over, home, away, neutral site, especially in a bowl game to close the year. But for the most part, I mean, even with the 50-50 crowd, it feels like they are playing on the road in true road game. You can't turn the ball over and expect to have a chance to win. At least defensively, they get off the field, offense gets the ball back. But that's how it's been all year. Defense has won them how many damn games. Because, as mentioned, all 5 of the losses by less than 9 points. And 4 of those 5, less than 4. Okay? So, I mean, it's a 1-score game. But, I mean, the Wisconsin, Auburn, even the Maryland game until late. A few of the wins there, those also could be losses, and they might not be sitting here right now. And especially coming off last year, everybody was bowl eligible, and they started 0-5, won 4 in a row. Should have went to a bowl game, but they didn't. They declined. So this is the first Penn State bowl game since the Cotton Bowl at the end of the 2019 season. And now here we are, New Year's Day. Happy New Year 2022. So now back to it, 1st and 10. Back at the 9 when they spotted him at the 11. So I don't know why they subtracted 2 yards on that. But all right. And handoff to about the 11-yard line. Make it at the 10 on 2nd and 8. How from the 9 do you get to the 10 on a 2-yard gain? It's basic math, folks. Bretton Strange near side on the completion. Be 3rd and long for Penn State. And if Arkansas can get off the field on defense, get the ball back. I mean, right now, it's like, this seems to me neither of these teams really want to score right now. 3rd down and 10. And Clifford gets a snap, Good protection. He dumps it off to Kane, but he's going to be about 2 yards short. That goes back to those 2 yards at the start. What the hell? 4th down, and they'll have to punt now. Jesus Christ. So, yeah, this is going to be a low-scoring defensive showdown. Punt contest for the time being, along with turnovers. But then, once you get the turnover, neither team has been able to do anything with it anyway. So, we're knotted up at 0 here, about 10 minutes in. This is, in fact, the first game of the new year in college football coming up here in about a half hour. So, we'll have the Fiesta Bowl with Oklahoma State and Notre Dame, and the Citrus Bowl just east of Tampa and Orlando with Iowa and Kentucky. But here in the Outback Bowl, we got Penn State and Arkansas. Fair catch by the Hogs at 39-yard line. 1st and 10. So they'll take another commercial break here. But as always, we'll get back to you here shortly. But thank you for tuning in and listening. Happy New Year. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. The thumbs up button. Share. Check questions, comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated as well. And if... both these defenses now, as I said earlier, but neither offense really wanted to do anything, it seems like. I mean, they do, but they don't, because they get there, but then they just give it up. What defense is going to bend and break? Now it's offensively with... I mean, if you can get an early lead, I'm not necessarily saying it might be enough, but for the time being, until both these teams, I mean, it doesn't seem like, they're anxious or excited, which I know they are. I think pregame jitters for both these teams went away early, which honestly a little bit surprised. But they're still not settled down and settled in by any means. They're not. So if you can finally do something on offense and, put it to these defenses, you, for the time being, might have enough. You might be sitting pretty, but hell, all we know might be a tale of two halves. This game, low scoring now, could turn into a shootout come third and fourth quarter, for all we know. Just a very odd start to this game here today, in my opinion. Very similar in my eyes. I've seen a lot of Arkansas games this year. I have. Go back to their 8-4 season. Their 4 losses are against damn good teams. 2 of them going to meet in that championship game in Alabama and Georgia. And they had Alabama right on the ropes and probably should have beat the Tide. But then they, of course, also lost to Ole Miss, who plays later tonight. And then they lost to Auburn, who Penn State beat. So, this is very similar to the Wisconsin game week 1 for Penn State Labor Day weekend. Very low scoring, and then neither team did anything until early third quarter. And then it was really, you work the clock, time management into it. Continue to find a running game, hopefully, play good defense. But then turnovers. Turnovers and special teams. Yeah, that was funny. No, in the end, we'll see what gives, but back to it, 1st and 10 from 39. They're going to run a bubble screen. And Jesse Luketa, speak of the devil, on the tackle. He's 2nd down and 10. Like I said, keep an eye on him all day to step up. They're missing Ebiketie right now, no doubt about it. Missing Tangelo as well. Both those guys were transfers in this past offseason from Temple and Duke. And they both had, more so than not Ebiketie, phenomenal seasons. And in the middle of D, Brooks and Smith Just as finally here we are chant. So the nation is in fact there. The quiet early.
The ruling on the field was the runner was down prior to the ball coming loose.
Ooh, there was a fumble.
The offense recovered the ball.
Then why the hell are you reviewing it? Yeah, it won't be a turnover. Why the hell are you reviewing it then? So there was a fumble. They're going to review the previous play on the field. They say on the field, down by contact, then the ball came out. Yeah, he's clearly down, then the ball came out. But Arkansas still recovered. Well, it'd be about a 5-yard difference. It'd be about either a 2nd and 10 or a 2nd and 5. So that's why they're reviewing it. No, he's down. That's tackle right there at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. 2nd down 10. Yeah, he's clearly down. Then the ball came out. It'd be a different story if Penn State would have recovered. But they are reviewing it too, just because of the yardage difference. There's about a 5-yard gap. So it's either going to be 2nd and 10 or 2nd and 5 for the Hogs, which will be 2nd and 10 because he's clearly down right there. Tackle by just Makeda. And at least the officials are in this game and making some good calls for the most part right now. Well, actually, that look, ball's sort of out, but you flip it, his knee's going to be down. You have to find undisputed video and serve return it. I don't think they're going to have it. His knee's down right there. Ball's on their side. Yeah, that's close. You got to go with rolling on the field because you're not going to have enough to overturn it. So 5:18 to play in this opening quarter. Yeah, the rolling on the field, he was down. Then the ball came out. Arkansas still recovered anyway, so it's going to be hog football. So you're going to be 2nd and 10 and 2nd and 5. But I'm going to be the first of those two, honestly. Because there's nothing clear with that replay there. But previous play is under further review. They're taking a look at it. Big 12 officials, so we'll see how these zebras are. But as Penn State normally doesn't play Big 12 schools, they did play an SEC team this year in Auburn, okay? Arkansas played a Big 12 school in Texas, and both teams won both games. As in the Penn State-Auburn game, their SEC fields on the SEC refs on the field, and then Big 12 refs up in the booth. Whereas in that Texas-Arkansas game, which I believe was the week prior, he fumbled it, so the call was reversed. Yeah, it was recovered by Arkansas. So it'll be 2nd down, as it would have been, but it's not 2nd and 10, it's going to be 2nd and 5 now. So they get a few extra yards out of that. So they overturn it, and they fix their mistake. But no, Penn State Auburn, there were SC refs on the field and Big Ten refs up in the booth. Remember Franklin, at the end of that, after all the atrocious calls we had in that matchup, fuck them. I don't know who was on the field or up in the booth for that Texas-Arkansas matchup, but I remember late watching that, they put it to them in the second half. They did. And then Texas, just from, honestly, there on, it started a little bit later, but one of the sparks might have started then. Their season, of course, went downhill fast. 1st and 10, Arkansas from the 48. Jefferson going to step up. He gets pressured. If you can get some pressure on him like they are to Clifford, and he's going to run out of balance and lose about 4 yards. So it'll be 2nd and 14. Yeah, it's right now being one up front in trenches. Neither offensive line, Arkansas was able to run the football better than Penn State, there's no doubt about it. But neither offensive line's, playing great. Pittman is an O-line coach, and he got his dream job, as Franklin did too. But both defensive lines right now, both front sevens, just Makeda, along with Jonathan Sutherland once again, on the stop for the knee line defense. So 3rd down and long. for Arkansas, 4:09 to play in this opening quarter and counting. But, yeah, he's stepping up. Jair Brown steps up, gets that pick. But the thing, too, neither offense, with all these stops on defense, have been able to do anything yet. They're settled down and settled in, but they're not. And it is a big game because it's a bowl game. Jefferson steps up, it's caught. Got to make the tackle, which they do, which I don't know why he was trying to east-west. Go north-south, buddy. First down's in front of you. He had the first down, and then he lost a few yards, and now it's 4th and about 3.5, 4. See if they go for it or not. They're on the right side of the 50 now, but it looks like Arkansas is going to punt again. Yeah, that was, as Johnny Dixon makes the tackle, a stupid decision by him. They will, in fact, for the time being, stay out in the field and go for it. 4th and 3. Do not jump off sides. Whatever you do, do not jump off sides. From the 41, play clock at 5, they'll snap it. Arkansas going for it. And then Penn State gets to him. He avoids the sack. He's going to step up and gets the first down. Missed tackle after missed tackle after missed tackle by the Penn State defense. They convert, move the sticks, 1st and 10 for the Hogs. Will Pig Suey says that sign, as I wonder who Nate would in fact pick. Probably with, whoever has Woo rather than We Are, but another 1st and 10. Is when they can go fast and they're converting, it looks like they're unstoppable. But when, they can't, it's like, what the hell are you doing? Kern on the reception near side. And that river flows to the 1-yard line for a 1st and goal. And with 2:14 to play in this opening quarter, got a late penalty on the play, though. We'll see what the dirty laundry is here early. But Arkansas is knocking on the door, looking to strike first. And they are explosive. I mean, hell, they're just in midfield. Now they're at the 1-yard line a few plays later. An eligible man downfield. Yeah. Replay the down. That has to hurt. So, rather than 1st and goal at the 1, they will have officially a, what's it going to be? 2nd down and... No, 1st down and... Yeah, because they've been pounding it. 1st down, 1st down, 1st down. That's right. 1st down and 10. 1st and 15 at the 19, 20? 19-yard line, okay. If you can get off the field now on defense, force a field goal. Maybe they miss it like you did. It's really going to still come down to what defense is going to bend, doesn't break. But then until these offenses get rolling, you're going to need defense to score or even a special team score for that matter. 2nd down. Got an injured Hog. So hopefully he's okay. But, as far as I knew, at least she was, Monica is also down on her knees. At least she was for about 8 years. 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, of course. He said he never had a sexual relationship with that woman, but Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself either, so I'll digress. But got an injured Arkansas lineman and just landed awkwardly, it looked like. Yeah. Boom, right on his right hip. That hurt. He's going to get up and walk off. He'll be all right. But a minute and a half to play in this opening quarter. Still 0-0 with Penn State and Arkansas in this Outback Bowl. It's as slow as molasses in the wintertime right now, folks. Second and 12 after the injury. Second down and 12. I would think here before too long, one of these two teams is eventually going to score some points. I just don't know when or how many, though. We'll see. Second and 12 from the 16. And Jefferson going to keep it for himself, and then he's going to fake the pitch near side on an option, and gets about 5 to the 11. It'll be third down. Get the hell off the field. Get the hell off the field on defense here. Force the field goal. Watch a bubble screen near side. They got trips stacked, but watch them potentially go back far side. No. Quarterback draw the whole way. And Jefferson's going to lower his shoulder. And no, he's going to be short. He's going to be a yard short, 4th and 1. So 36 seconds and counting. They could drain the clock if they want to. Be tied first. 0-0. Kick to begin the second quarter. I mean, they could attempt it now. Maybe even go for it again. They will go for it again. They're already 1 for 1 on this drive and 4th down and in the game. 4th and 2 officially. That's a false start. That is a false start. They snap it and they get the first down. How's that not a false start? Come on. So they convert again on 4th down. They're going to go hurry up. 1st and goal. 3, 2, 1. They snap it again. Handoff. And Arkansas is going to walk into the end zone for a touchdown to close out the first quarter. There should have been a penalty 2 plays ago, but there wasn't. And then 2 runs, another 4th down conversion, and a touchdown. So, man, Jesus Christ. It would have been as if the quarterback, of course, was walking up the line of scrimmage. But, like, he stuttered and then caught himself. If he would have kept walking, nothing. I mean, if a running back or anybody else does that, that's a false start. How is that not a false start? Touchdown, extra points up and good at the end of the first quarter. As time expires, kick off 2022 in this Outback Bowl with Penn State and Arkansas. The Hogs strike first after a very crazy first quarter. 7-0 Hogs. 7-0 for the red and white over the blue and white at the end of 1. As Sanders walks in from a few yards out. And it's the running game, folks. It's the running game. Take a look at the stats. Penn State. When your new number 1 starting wide receiver leads your team in rushing right now, Parker Washington, you got a problem because look at the balance Arkansas has. Dominique Johnson has 5 carries, 37 yards rushing. Raheem Sanders has that touchdown on 5 carries, 30 yards. And then even KJ Jefferson has 6 carries for 19 yards rushing. Clifford, 2 for negative. Kevon Lee, 2 of 5, and Noah Kane, 1 of 2. Run the damn football. How hard is it to run the football? Franklin's even said that's one of the main objectives. They're going to find a running game. Well, does that mean now or like a million years from now? Because now, hell, let alone these past few months all season long, would have been nice at some point in time to find a running game and then have it be consistent. Penn State's problem on offense, with the defense once again keeping them in every single game, busting their ass, playing with heart on the sleeve. They do not have a running game on offense, and they can't stop it, whether their defense is keeping them in this game or not, because then it boils down to, a few little things at the end of the game, and they, one big play here or there, it's either a win or a loss. Clifford can't do it all by himself. They're having trouble up front. Arkansas's bringing pressure. Both quarterbacks have an interception. Arkansas converted twice there on 4th down. So they couldn't get off the field. As I was getting to a little bit ago, if they're going to be out on the field the whole entire game, and this is going to come down to time possession and turnovers in the running game, just pencil in Arkansas to win this game already. I mean, that's just how Penn State football this year has gone, and 15 minutes into today's game. Because that's been the trend, it has. And that's where it seems like it's going to be going again, unfortunately, which is a bummer. But, you know, what can we do? We're fans. We're not coaching or playing. You know, Franklin, of course, did not leave. Right before Michigan State signed a 10-year extension. So he's still the head coach for the time being. Didn't leave for USC. Didn't leave for LSU. Didn't leave for Miami. Didn't leave for any of the big openings. But offensively, they have to find a running game. That's where this game's being won right now, because they can't run it and they can't stop the run. Be a little bit of a different story if they can, or could, but for the time being, this is where we're at. So they're going to call the Hogs Woo Pig Suey on the kickoff again, up 7 this time. So 7-0 Arkansas. Penn State on the return. I'll take a knee in the end zone. Touchback, 1st and 10 from 25. When they've had a drive start at the 20 or more, 20, 25-yard line, for the most part, yes, they've been able to drive the ball. You can't turn it over, though. And you can't allow a stupid penalty to hurt you. Because, you know, no intentional grounding, that field goes a little closer, and maybe he doesn't shank it as bad as he did, but maybe he still does. We don't know, though, and we won't. But Clifford gets in on the running game now. 5-yard run up the middle for him. 2nd down and medium for Penn State. But you got to find a running game here. Because if you find a running game, the rest of the offense playbook will, believe me, open itself up. You'll be able to do whatever the hell you want. Keep them off balance. Keep on their heels. Go deep again if you want to. You don't want to do that too much, though. Clifford, out route, far side, incomplete, a little high for Keandre Lambert-Smith. And 3rd down. 3rd and 6 officially for Penn State here. So out of the empty set, 3rd down again from the 29. Arkansas going to bring some pressure. Clifford a little high, but Parker washed, and what a catch. Right in front of Sam Pittman. I'm sure he's saying to himself right now, how in the hell did he catch that? Parker Washington from the Lone Star State. One-hands it. And big 1st and 10 for Penn State. You got to capitalize off this, though, now. From the 48, 1st and 10. Find a running game, please. Back to the pass. Run to pass, pass to run. They will hand off Noah Kane. He's got a block, and he's got a 1st down. 15-yard run down the far side. See? Find a running game. You're going to be all right. You just got to be balanced and consistent with it now. And then if you can run the football in the second half when you need to with a lead, or if you're coming back and then that last score wins it for you, you're going to be all right. Because if you can run the football when you need to in the second half, 9 times out of 10, you're going to end up winning the game. 1st and 10 from the 36. Clifford going to be under center. And a fumble on the snap. And Clifford falls on it. So 2nd down and 10. Jesus Christ. Just stupid shit. Just one thing here, one thing there. So 2nd down and 10. From the 36, Kane gonna motion out of the backfield. Clifford now in the empty set again, 5 wide. You're telling the defense you're gonna throw. And they're bringing a lot of pressure. Clifford has to get rid of it. It's intended for Theo Johnson, incomplete. Be 3rd down, 3rd and 10. So they get a, good play here, there, and then it's all downhill. It stalls. They go nowhere. So Devin Ford in the ball game at tailback. Got trips near side with Washington, Kendra Lambert-Smith, and Tyler Warren, 44, the other tight end. Clifford going to roll out near side, going to go deep in the end zone, and has a man. It's caught by Lambert-Smith. We're both feet in bounds. Antonio Holmes-esque in the back of the end zone. No, they say incomplete. All he needs is one. Was one in, at least. And right the last second, no. Shit, if he would have let him a little bit more rather than to the side, that'd be a touchdown. But now 4th and 10 from the... They're going to have to punt. Yeah, from 35. They wait until they get some punt coverage down there. Fair catch signal for the 10-yard line by Arkansas. So back to it. If they can get off the field on defense, you can't go down, 2 scores right now. You can't. I mean, 10, okay, but 14, no. We saw what both Alabama and Georgia ISC did yesterday in the College Football Playoff. And it was right before halftime. And then they, put it to their opponents. And there's no looking back. Both games were blowouts. So, I mean, offensively there, yeah, no doubt about it. That was their best drive since the start of the game. But then that was the missed kick. Of course, you can't make a 50. You're not going to kick something from 50 plus. So they pin them deep, which is the right call. But defensively, the defense can't do it all for you. You're going to have to do something. Maybe the defense gets some points for you, though. Or at least another turnover and get you set up with some good field, and then you capitalize off of that. So, just, just Penn State football for you. I mean, what else needs to be said? Very, very frustrating at times. It's like, once again, 1-2 plays go their way, and then everything else is nothing. Just nothing. So, I mean, I'm not saying this game, should be still tied at 0. Arkansas has points. Really, though, they probably shouldn't have the touchdown. They probably should just have a field goal of 3. Because they clearly missed a penalty there. And these refs, okay, I'm not saying they're trying to control the game, but if you look at it, from a Penn State's fans' point of view, and even Arkansas, I'd feel safe saying this. The penalties are split. They had the illegal man downfield. Penn State had the intentional grounding, which they were both good calls. But then the review was, questionable. It got him to 2nd and shorter than what it was. But regardless of all that, you know, because there really hasn't been much. So hopefully that doesn't happen in the second half. Just saying now. They've been able to convert on fourth down. And they've been able to run the football. And they have Penn State, you know, right where they want them at, so to speak. Screen near side, incomplete. If he would have caught that, he would have been tackled in the backfield for a loss of about 5 anyway by Johnny Dixon. And falls incomplete in the meantime, but 2nd and 10 from the 10. Yeah, 7 Reed along with Dixon, and then 92 Smith-Filbert on the coverage. Would have made the tackle there too. They run another screen. Incomplete. Jonathan Sutherland on the coverage there. 3rd down and 10. So, if they get up the field again here, it'll be all right. Got to get off the field on defense, but the offense has to roll. Got to do something. 1st and 10. 3rd and 10 from the 10, excuse me. Wish was 1st and 10 from the 10 for Penn State. Jefferson going to step up. He goes down on the sack. So that's a negative drive. 3 plays, negative 4 yards. And Smith-Vilbert, 92 on the sack, yeah. From NYC. He's coming alive. He's played in some games this year. But it's, you know, at D-tackle and D-end, Ben Ellis and Izzard behind, you know, Musfer, who's injured. You know, Fred Hansford's still there, but, you know, Ebiketie and Tangelo opted out. And so Arkansas going to punt from the back of the end zone. And they get it up and away. Nice big booming punt fielded by Washington at the 40-yard line. Go. Down the far sideline. Decent return, all right. You got to capitalize off this, though. 11 minutes before halftime. They'll have a 1st and 10. First and 10, Penn State. In the meantime, as they'll take a break on this New Year's, we're also going to flip on the Fiesta and Citrus Bowls with Oklahoma State and Notre Dame, and also Iowa and Kentucky. It's not too late either, so be sure to go check out my college football bowl game bowl season preview, even though for the most part after today all the games are going to be wrapped up with. We'll have 2 more, one middle next week once again for some unknown reason, and then of course national championship game now a week from Monday with another rematch with Alabama and Georgia, because Cincinnati and Michigan both got blown out yesterday. But yeah, so we're going to have 3 New Year's Day college football games on right now here at the top of the hour, about an hour or so in to this Outback Bowl with Penn State and Arkansas. 11 minutes to play in this first half, as mentioned. But still got the Rose and Sugar Bowl to kick off later on. But once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share. Hashtag college football. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated as well. And yeah, we'll get back to it here momentarily, but Penn State here going to have to find a running game still. Penn State going to have to run the football, open up that play action pass, balance. How hard is it to be balanced? Keep defense on their heels. Sort of a rhetorical question. I'll answer it myself. This year for Penn State, it has been hard to be balanced on offense because they haven't had a running game all year. And then just as fast as they find one, it slips. It's gone. So they've had a few decent drives, but at the end of the day, they have ended up either turning the ball over or they've stalled. So, until they can punch it in and either cut this lead or tie it up, and then we're back at an even playing surface. Just find a way, one little thing at a time, okay? One play, one drive, one game at a time. 1-0 mentality. The standard is the standard. Next man up. Everybody out on defense with the opt-outs, including Jahan Dawson, wide receiver. But one thing at a time. Keep it simple. 1st and 10 from the 42. Trips near side. And handoff. Fake the give, actually. And Kevon Lee. They're going to go deep. In the end zone, wide open. Touchdown, Penn State. Keandre Lambert-Smith. One play. One touchdown. What did I just say? One thing at a time. Boom. 42-yard touchdown from Clifford to Keandre Lambert-Smith from Kip Sabian. 7-5-7 country. And we're an extra point away from a tie ball game. Busted coverage. The deep ball is there. I mean, if you can start to, air this puppy out, and the extra points up and good, 7-7. Just think, no intentional grounding, or you do make that kick after it, which you didn't, you're up by 3, 10-7, but you tied at 7. So, fight on state. And right on the money. It's taken them a little while to get rolling again, but wide open in the end zone. How much more wide open could he have gotten? They'll show a replay. And the telestrator in the works in honor of the late great John Madden, who passed away on Tuesday. Yeah, a simple post down the middle of the field. And into the Penn State end zone, I might add as well. So both teams have scored in that end zone in this game. Penn State on the kickoff, so no pick suey there. We are Penn State. But 7-7, 10:53 to play in this first half. As Nate Lions tied up. Explosive play. The deep ball is there. It is. It seems like it is, at least. You don't want to, do too much with it, though. You don't want to beat that horse. You still want to, of course, try to keep them off balance, and you want to, try to be as balanced as possible can. You tie it up, you can, potentially also take a lead at some point in time, hopefully. That's when you're going to hopefully have a running game. And if not, hope to find one. But defensively now, just as, 1-2 plays goes Penn State way on offense, and then they, give it back. Defensively, to this point, okay, give them a touchdown. Offense size is up there. 1-play drive, 7 points, 7-7 here, 10.5 play before halftime. Defensively, Zariah Fisher from Aliquippa on the stop. Good to see him out there. But now from 32, 3rd down and 3. You can't just let all that momentum slip away. They run a tight end in the flat near side, and Brett Kern lowers his shoulder and gets a first down. But you got to get off the field again. You got to just keep going at them. Jonathan Sutherland injured. Hopefully he's okay. They're already slim on defense as it is. But no, that's not Joey Porter Jr. That's Jonathan Sutherland. Jonathan Sutherland is 0. Joey Porter Jr. is 9. And Dave Fleming, you're good at what you do, but we do hear some "We Are Penn State" chants. I get. Okay, it's one little mistake. Shouldn't nab you for that, but they normally do West Coast games late, Pac-12 after dark, 10:30 kicks. And then, of course, he also calls baseball for the San Francisco Giants as well. But you can't, just after all this, allow them to drive and, retake the lead. Because then you're going to be trading points the whole rest of the way. And then it's back to, what defense bends but doesn't break when the game's on the line. I mean, if they can get rolling on offense and continue to get off the field on defense, just as with Arkansas having that lead before Penn State tied it up, having the lines right where they want them at, that I would think is going to be flipped. And if that goes that way, of course, hypothetically, Penn State then would have Arkansas right where they want them at. But still a lot of football left. We're not even halftime yet. Hell, we're not even 5 minutes into the second quarter. 7-7. We're going to have a good one on our hands. And I knew that coming in. Close, as mentioned, hard fought. Whether it be back and forth or not, it's slow. It's low scoring, but it's defensive showdown. Both defenses playing good. But the explosive plays, wide open. How much more wide open could he have gotten? It's tied up at 7 there. But back to the turnover and the special teams. Keep an eye on turnovers and special teams to be the difference. And we've already had interception apiece by both quarterbacks, but no points to show for it at the end of the day in that regard. So, we'll see how this plays out, but it's up front. It's a running game still. It is. Because, even if you'd get into a shootout with Clifford and KJ Jefferson, unless they turn the ball over, that's a coin flip for who I'd put my money on. Because both these teams, when they're hot and they can score points, they're hot. But then when, nothing's going either's way, they're dead in the water. But 1st and 10 from the 40 for Arkansas, back from the injury timeout. We're also underway in the Fiesta and Citrus Bowls now as well, with Oklahoma State, Notre Dame, and Iowa, Kentucky. And then they run the Wild Hog. No 5 and Darren McFadden by any means, but about a yard gain on the play, 2nd and 9. And Jefferson out of empty near side. It's caught. And nice tackle there by 43, and who else was on that tackle for Penn State? 43's Tyler Elsdon. His first action of the year. But being thin at backer with Ellis Brooks and Brandon Smith out, it's Luketa stepping up. It's him. It's Katzer. It's Jamari Budden. It's the King twins. Jefferson going to go down the sack. 4th down, and the Penn State defense gets off the field again, and here comes another hog punt. If you can capitalize off this momentum and go into halftime still tied or with a lead, Arkansas is going to get the ball to begin the third quarter. But talking about 40s, 46, Nick Tarburton on the tackle for loss. A sack of officially 7 yards. 4th down and 10 for Arkansas. Back to the 40-yard line, and they're on to punt again. And nice big punt. I'm going to roll out of bounds, though, near side or around the 24-yard line. I was really spotted that right there. 24, 1st and 10 for Penn State from there. So under 8 to play here. It'll be 1st and 10 for the blue and white. We've seen 4 running backs for Penn State already. With Kevon Lee, Noah Kane, make it 3. Devin Ford. No John Lovett, unfortunately. Thought I, for some reason, saw him out there. That's why I said that. Would like to see him out there. Maybe they work him in on this drive or at some point in time here soon, because in the meantime, they tossed to Kevon Lee down the far sideline, out past the 40, 45, and brought down around midfield. 1st and 10, Penn State on a 20-plus yard run by 2-4. No, it all season long for Penn State. They're going to go hurry up. 1st and 10 from the 49. Don't turn it over. He pump fakes, rolls out, will dump it off to Kevon Lee. Take what the defense gives you. Broken tackle, Kevon Lee lowers his shoulder and gets to the 35-yard line on 1st and 10 for Penn State on a 16-yard pickup. Go, 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 go. .30-second drive so far, and 2 big plays, empty, 5 wide, 4 top of your screen. They pump fake again. Clifford going to step up, and now slow your horses. Slow down a little bit. Got a penalty on the play. Yeah, slow it down. Don't get too far ahead of yourselves, because we've seen, as well as what I'm getting out with the running backs, 2 drives apiece prior to halftime. Illegal substitution for the defense. Okay? So this hurry up is working, but don't do too much. It's a 5-yard penalty, automatic 1st down. So rather than 2nd and 10, 1st down for Penn State. Out of the pistol. No, they've worked running backs 2-2-1 before halftime. But then offensively, too, at some point in time, bubble screen complete to Parker Washington. Good block, and he breaks a tackle, and he's going to get pushed out of bounds inside the 20. 1st and 10, Penn State. No, sometimes offensively this year, for the most part all the time, they've had a ton of just 1-minute drives. It's like you can't even take a minute off the clock. So, 1st and 10, Lions. Ball at the 14-yard line. 6.5 to play here before half. Noah Kane going to motion back into the backfield. And Clifford going to roll out. Dumps it off, and it's going to be incomplete. Intended for 80, Malik Mega. 2nd down, 2nd and 10. Get an update from the field with a news story. Blah, 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 blah. Thank you. But, how about you go back to your tight end right now? Sort of gone quiet since beginning of the game. Had the interception too. We've seen Strange, Johnson, and Warren out there. Why don't you go back to your tight end? Be 3rd and 10 now. No gain on that play. But Parker Washington getting his hands on the football a lot here early today. No. Go to your damn tight ends. Run a screen. Yeah. This is perfect for your tight ends. Go to one of the 3 of them. Whether it be Strange, Johnson, or Warren, do what you got to do to 3rd and 11, at least get in field goal range. I mean, you already are, but if you got to settle for 3, okay, so be it. I'd like a touchdown, though. Timeout. They're going to take a timeout. Keep it at 3rd and 11, 5:28 to play in this first half. timeout, level 2 remaining. I get it. Play clock winding down. Make sure you're set. Make sure everything right. You don't want to screw this play up. You got a 3rd and 11 from the 15. I mean, so I said go to your tight end. Or knowing them, they'll throw a fucking fade probably. So timeout. By Penn State, they'll take a TV timeout here as well, unfortunately. We'll get back to it 3rd and 11. 4 in the Lions tied at 7 against Arkansas in the Outback Bowl, but they get to this point and, they can't punch it in. No penalties. No intentional grounding. No hold. No turnovers. Okay? Nothing stupid right now. You have something good going for yourselves. Don't let it slip.
Is when you are sitting at soccer practice, you order it through your phone while you're sitting there, and then you go pick it up.
But you're much more of a planner than me.
I don't know.
And that's what I like about you.
Yes.
You know, I'm not that It's more seed in my penis.
At Hilton by Hilton, hot breakfast means daddy-daughter time and waffles with extra chocolate sauce and extra giggles and extra napkins. Both our family of brands at Hilton.
Notre Dame up 7 on Oklahoma State. Kentucky just scored as well, so some early action in all these games right now. These are the only 3 college football games on. It is New Year's Day. Happy New Year. But we'll see what happens here. You gotta. I mean, if you can't score a touchdown, at least hopefully you get some points. And you make up for the missed field goal. But if you have that, you kick it again, you score again, you're up 13, 17, 7. So, defensively, which we'll get more into when they're back out on the field. Honestly, after a little bit of a slow start for both teams, but not much. Just they couldn't punch it in. They were right there on the cusp and just couldn't punch it in. With all the penalties and turnovers too. But both defenses haven't played bad. They haven't. And I'd say more so not, especially Penn State's with everybody they're, out with. So right now, 3rd and 11 from the 15, back from break, following a timeout. Why don't you go to one of your tight ends, please? Go to Brenton Strange, go to Theo Johnson, go to Tyler Warren. Johnson's in the slot, trips near side. And Clifford out of the gun looking to throw into the end zone, and Lambert Smith ran the wrong route, it looked like. Incomplete, 4th down 11, and now settle for 3 again. Hopefully he can make a field goal. Hopefully he can kick this officially 32, 33-yard field goal. Basically an extra point in the National Football League. Yeah, 33 yards from the left hash. And Jake Pinniger on once again to kick. That kick's up and good. Penn State takes a 10-7 lead. They've scored 10 unanswered. 5:20 to play in the first half. Sean Clifford, 8 of 17, 141 yards passing. Touchdown to Keandre Lambert Smith. As both quarterbacks have interceptions as well. KJ Jefferson, 6 of 10, 52 yards passing. Clifford has a few carries, but because he was in the negative earlier, he now has 0 official rushing yards. However, Kevon Lee, 3 for 30 on the ground. Noah Cain, 2 of 18. Jefferson's been sacked now a few times as well. So, as he was with their 2 running backs, balanced as all hell there in the run game on offense for Arkansas. Jefferson now only has 8 carries for 8 yards rushing. But both Johnson and Sanders have 5 and 7 carries for 37 yards apiece. So Penn State's catching up in the run game. Both are balanced for the most part right there now. Quarterback play, though, Clifford's made a few more plays as of late compared to KJ Jefferson. Both front sevens are able to get pressure. He's gone down more on sacks. Clifford's been able to get rid of the ball. But since the start, I mean, really necessarily hasn't been a tell these first 2 quarters. Even though technically, because they scored at the end of the first to close it out as time expired, it sort of has, because Penn State has shut them out now this second quarter, and they've scored 10 unanswered with a 10-7 lead. 1st and 10 Arkansas from the 25 after the touchback on the kick. Jefferson out of the gun. Got a handoff, actually fake it. Faked everyone out, including the guy who went to tackle him. And then Jefferson, no gain on the play. Ball comes out late, but he was down by that point in time anyway, so no gain, 2nd down 10. Good to see Jonathan Sutherland back out in the field. A little bit of an injury there earlier. Probably just got the wind knocked out of him, or maybe dehydrated, cramping up with it being as hot as it is. So 2nd and 10, pass complete. And Keaton Ellis from State College High on the stop. So now 3rd down and 4 officially for the Arkansas offense here. Jefferson going to hand off, and they get the 1st down. Dominique Johnson for 5 yards and a 1st down. He's a little slow to get up, limping, but he'll be all right. 1st and 10 Arkansas. And a pass near side, caught, and then on the stop, I believe that was number 6, Wheatley, if I'm not mistaken. Zakee Wheatley. So a lot of new names on this Penn State defense today in the next year as well. And then we'll talk more about, of course, what's to come. Jefferson down on the sack, getting awkward landing. Hopefully he's okay. But Smith Vilbert, 92 on the tackle. 3rd and a mile. Yeah, he corkscrewed his way down on the ground. Few holds up front, and they still get to him. So talk about pressure. Penn State up front's able to get to Arkansas. Now better, more so better than not compared to how Arkansas was earlier. Yeah, 4-1 on the sacks. Jefferson gonna, on 3rd and long, tuck it and run. Pump fake, looked like he was gonna throw. Gets back to the original line of scrimmage. So 4th and 10 in the Penn State defense. Guess what? They get off the field once again, and Arkansas is gonna have to punt. 2:47 and counting to play in this first half. Timeout, Penn State maybe? Penn State with a timeout, yes. They'll have 1 remaining and under 3 to play to try to drive and score and get a few more points here just prior to halftime. Arkansas can get the ball, of course, yes, to begin the second half, but 10-7, in which it could be 13-7, could be 17-20-7 after all this. So, one of 3. It's either going to be 10-7, 13-7, or 17-7 in favor of Penn State. But it also could be 10-7, 10-10, 14-10. And it's too early to play Sweet Carolina. It's only the second fucking quarter. It's not third into the fourth quarter yet, so don't even start. But Penn State with 3-point lead on New Year's. It is so good. Arkansas is on a punt again. Penn State able to get off the deep field on defense. Got a late whistle, penalty flag, and a false start. So back them up. 4th and 15 and make them re-kick. Hell yeah. All right. No, but we'll later on dive more into what's to come next year with recruiting and, the transfer portal and, all that entails. So, believe me, we got a lot of football left to be played here. Arkansas on to punt again. 4th and 15 now after false start. So, they almost blocked the punt. Here before too long, they might get one of them. Parker Washington on the return. Arkansas, they've had big, booming punts, able to switch the field. And decent return. Out to around 20, it looks like 1st and 10 for Penn State here. 1 timeout, 2.5 to play, up 3, 10-7 your score as we near halftime. And coming up at halftime, we'll have first half stats and scores. See what's happened to this point in bowl season. And preview, even though there's not much of what's to come as the season winds down. We'll get to the second half and then into next year at a later date too. So 1st and 10, the handoff. Devin Ford on a 4-yard gain to the 20. The 2nd and 6. This might be coming back though for a hold. Penalty on the play. Personal foul, illegal use of hands to the face on the defense. 15 yards, automatic first down. So penalties now hurting Arkansas. They are. Earlier, even though I said it did seem to me, even though they were split, and then there was that review that, everything was going Arkansas's way in that category. Since then, and nobody's been paid off, but it's flipped. So, 1st and 10 from the 35, empty set, 5 wide. Clifford going to step up, go, tuck it and run. He's going to dump it off. And Keandre Lambert-Smith off to the races down the far sideline and in field goal range, out past midfield, 1st and 10 Penn State. Now they're rolling. Can they keep it going, though? Can they keep this going? So, from the 35 to the 33, another 1st and 10 for Penn State. And the big dog says Happy New Year, don't you, buddy? Yeah. Say woof. And Clifford in the end zone, overthrew Theo Johnson, incomplete, and woof, incomplete. Shit, had him wide open again. That deep ball is there down the middle of the field. It is. Arkansas is going to have to find a way to not allow it to happen in the second half because, oh my God, he ran the seam down the middle and he was wide open. He overthrew him. Oh my God. How the hell do you overthrow somebody that wide open when you hit somebody wide open for a touchdown just earlier? I get every throw is not going to be, on the money, but still, they go back to him. Actually, not 84, 40 less than 44 to Tyler Warren. One of the other tight ends. On a screen, nowhere for him to go, though. No gain, 3rd and 10. At least they're in field goal range. Here we go again. It's, 1-2 big plays, and then it stalls. Can you at least get between 5 and 8 yards to make this field goal if you have to settle for 3 a little bit easier? And if Arkansas get off the field here on 3rd and 10, maybe call a timeout. We're going to have a false start, 3rd and 15. So just as I bring up the officials, Penn State's going to back themselves up 5. 3rd and 15. So 3rd and 15 from the 39. And Clifford going to step up, and he's going to avoid a sack. You got to run. And he will, but that penalty just hurt him again. Jesus Christ, now they're going to have to punt. 2 penalties have cost them points. Because that 50-yard field goal's not a 50-yard field goal with the intentional grounding. The false start, 3rd and 15. He still tucks it around. He's probably, in field goal range. Now they're running the outside. 4th and 13, you're going to go for it? How about you wind the clock, call your 3rd and final timeout, and punt, and you pin them deep? This from 54 yards. What makes you think you're going to make a 54-yard field goal when you can't even make a fucking 50-yarder? Arkansas is going to call a timeout. Make Penn State think about it, no doubt about it. You punt. Well, Jordan Stout's on the kick, so okay, maybe you do kick the field goal here. I don't get why Pinniger was out there earlier. Just you do, or you say you're going to do one thing and then you do another. It's like, why change? Why fix what ain't broken with what you have had good go your way this year? Yeah, they're going to punt now. 4th and 13. They line up in a odd punt formation. Stout looking to throw, and he will. He's going to go deep. What the fuck are you doing? It's going to be, they should have picked it off. He dropped it in the end zone. They're going for the deep ball. Yeah, what the hell are you doing? What the hell was that? Special teams. Jesus Christ. What the hell kind of play was this? There wasn't, and the deep ball's down there in the middle of the field, has been the whole entire game. Somebody at the top, Jesus Christ. You throw it back. Throw it back. Not deep. Because then he's got green grass in front of him. You ever see the Music City Miracle? Now, rather than, you punt, you pin them deep, or they pick it off, or you get, less than 13 rather than incompletion, they have a good, starting spot here. 1st and 10, now make it 2nd and 1 from around the 45-yard line. Arkansas are going to call their second timeout. They'll have one remaining, as Penn State does as well, 31 seconds. 10-7. They're going to try to tie it up and then also get the ball to begin the second half. So, just what the hell are you doing? Like, what kind of play was that? That's why it's frustrating, because you have literally, not everything go your way, but for the most part, a good portion of it. And then just, poof, it's gone. You let it go. It's just stupid coaching and stupid play calling. Like, seriously, come on, man. Makes no sense. None. How did that work in your favor? It didn't. I get wanting to take a shot. It is risky. You got to have balls to do it. He's shown, special teams-wise this year, you go back to the Michigan game, back-to-back drives. They ran a fake punt, which they capitalized on, and then a fake field goal. And then they didn't. And nothing to show for. So, First and 10, Arkansas. Pass going to be caught. They get out of bounds. Going to have a second down and about 5 at the 38. You got one timeout down, 3 and 28 seconds. You can score a touchdown here if you want to. They'll probably settle for 3, though, to be honest with you. But, man, just defense can't do it all for you. They rely on this damn defense way too much. And with everybody out, they are playing good, better than expected, no doubt about it. But still, you can't put it in their hands. You can't. They're going to run a double pass. It's going to be picked off. Jair Brown once again with another 2-interception game. Arkansas getting a little too far out of themselves now. And, they run a double pass. And then Thompson overthrows the intended target. And it would have been illegal. It was behind the line of scrimmage on the first. And then down, incomplete. Or down the field, not incomplete, picked off. It would have been incomplete if nobody was there. But Jair Brown came over from the middle of the secondary and picked him off. And now Penn State has a 1st and 10, 1 timeout in 21 seconds. They're going to take a knee. Head on to halftime up 3, 10-7. And Arkansas will get the ball to begin the second half. So they're not going to risk it. They play it safe. Penn State has a lead at halftime. 10-7, the Lions on top of the Hogs. 30 minutes in this Outback Bowl. I mean, yeah, no doubt about it. You could have went deep again. You don't want to turn it over, though. We got some highlights now already with Oklahoma State, Notre Dame, and Iowa and Kentucky. And, yeah, Notre Dame's up 14-0 over Oak State. So, a couple passing touchdowns. As I'm not 40 anymore, but Mike Gundy and his team, their back right now is against the wall. And yeah, Kentucky's up on Iowa. But, whatchamacallit there. Yeah, we'll get a halftime report here. We'll update some Assassin scores here in a second. But 10-7 at the half, Penn State on top of Arkansas. And then we'll also recap, to a point, what's already happened in this bowl season. For what we don't get, going to hope to, of course, try to get all. Because we'll have one more college football stream a week from Monday for the national championship game. We'll get, all that then. But, okay, now here's the Iowa-Kentucky highlight. Former Penn State quarterback Will Levis with a touchdown pass. Yeah, it's 7-0 to 1. So halftime, end of the first, and then about 5 minutes or so to play in the Fiesta Bowl. But Outback, Citrus, and Fiesta Bowl all on right now with Penn State, the only team in their away uniform, on top. Penn State's up 10-7, whereas both Notre Dame and Kentucky lead Oklahoma State and Iowa by a few and a single touchdown, 14-7 zip. So Penn State, when this year at least, they've led at halftime. They're 6-2. They are also 6-2 if they lead at the end of the third quarter. So it's going to be a crucial 15 minutes. Because as we see the Twisted Tea Penn State commercial with Beaver Stadium and the Bryce Jordan Center in the background, when the Nittany Lions trail at the end of 3, they're winless this year, okay? So if Arkansas has a lead going into the fourth quarter, for the most part, you can pencil in a win for the Hogs, unfortunately. But, records, stats aside, this is a whole new game. But, some questionable calls with, like, seriously, what the hell are you doing? But what's new, That's happened how many times this year? And has happened how many times in Franklin's about to be 9-year tenure? And you just signed a 10-year extension. So if that runs through the whole way, I mean, that's a good decade and a half, almost 2 decades as the Penn State head coach. But as the future is still bright, they got to take care of business today. They got to end this season on a high note. In the past month, at 500, it's been win, loss, win, loss. So what's next? Hopefully another win. It has been very disappointing at times. It's been frustrating as well. 5-0, 3-game losing streak, and then, a 500 finish at 7-5, whereas Arkansas is 8-4, and arguably one of their best seasons, as mentioned earlier, in recent memory. A lot of big wins. This will be another one in that category for them today, too, if they can find a way to win it. And now come from behind. As like I said, not really a tell two quarters. Might be tell two halves. We'll see. But really, that's what it was, because they scored right as time expired at the end of the first quarter, up 7-0, and which really, as mentioned, probably shouldn't have even been a touchdown, because there was a penalty that they didn't call. Yet they've thrown every other flag they can think of on both teams, for that matter. So I'm not singling out, anybody by any means, but they'd probably at least have a field goal. And then with the turnovers early, just imagine if teams were able to capitalize off that. We'd have a little bit of a higher scoring matchup right now, but we don't. It's low scoring. It's defense showdown. It's going to come down to what defense bends doesn't break, turnovers, and special teams, believe me. 10-7 at the half. Penn State leads it on top of Arkansas here on New Year's to kick off 2022 in the Outback Bowl. So, also, in the meantime, see some highlights from yesterday's college football playoff semis. As mentioned earlier, both Alabama and Georgia won, so they'll meet another rematch for the national championship game. A week from Monday, I'll have live watch along reactions then. So be sure to tune back in. Live over here on YouTube. Like, follow, and subscribe. Links in the description below. Red subscribe button, notification bell next to it as well. Thumbs up if you're enjoying for Penn State to win or Arkansas to come back and win. Share as always. Hashtag, what do we got there? College football, Penn State, Arkansas. And then PSU versus ARK, A-R-K. And then chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, always greatly appreciated. So, it's up front. The deep ball is there, though, for Penn State. You don't want to beat a dead horse, though. You don't want to, get too far ahead of yourselves and do too much. Because eventually they're going to crack down on that. And I would think they will in the second half. Something else is going to have to open up. What that is right now, I don't know. Maybe it's a screen game. Maybe it's good your tight ends a little bit more. Parker Washington's played well in absence of Jahan Dobson, who also opted out. Parker Washington has 4 catches for 77 yards receiving. Keandre Lambert Smith behind him, 274 for a score, with about excuse me, half of that for the touchdown to tie game at 7, and then of course the field goal that was made from 33 yards out, along with a missed 50, and then they were gonna kick a 54-yarder. Whether they were or not, they might have just ended up pooch punting it. Arkansas called timeout, and then Penn State ran that wacky, punt, and incomplete. Tail end of that, though, they luck out and they get the interception and take a knee and head on to halftime with the lead. So, your everyday low price at halftime is 10-7. So, offensively for both teams, the running game's there it is, which is a surprise for Penn State, no doubt about it. They're trying to go hurry up, probably a little too much they need to for both. So we'll see if that keeps up or not. like I said, the Penn State deep ball down the middle of the field's been there. So just as was in a few games this year, whether it's a deep ball but the middle of the field is wide open, keep attacking it. Keep going to it. Find a running game. The rest of the offense playbook will open itself up. Maybe a trick or two up your sleeve too. I mean, Arkansas just ran a double pass, ended up getting picked off. Penn State in the special teams aspect just ran what they ran. Credit up front on defense, though, to these front sevens. These offensive lines aren't playing bad, but they probably could be playing a little bit better, no doubt about it. Because this is where it all starts. This game's going to be one of the trenches. What defense bends doesn't break. Turnovers and special teams, potentially the difference. We'll see. But both defenses have been able to bring tons of pressure on both these starting quarterbacks, and Clifford and Jefferson. As he's not moving on up, he's been going downwards and been sacked a few too many damn times in their regard right now at halftime. So they're going to do a better job of protecting him if they're going to have a chance to move the football as they did, as both offenses did in the first quarter. And then they struck first. As Penn State has mentioned, when they lead at half, they're 6-2, but when their opponent scores first, they're 1-2. But they have a lead right now. It's 10-7. So, as always, something's got to give. We'll see what it does. I mean, if both these defenses continue to bring pressure, Penn State and the back end still playing good on defense, good enough at least now. Offensively, they got to still find a way to do something. At times it's still what the hell are you doing? But they've been able to get off the field on defense, to credit. A few turnovers. Haven't been able to capitalize off those turnovers, though. So, no points to show for there by any means, because, you think this is for Penn State, but then even also Arkansas with the one turnover. There's at least another 7 points probably, but nothing. Penn State with 2 field goals potentially, and then, 2 turnovers. That's 6 at a max of 12 points for kicks, let alone 20 if they score, touchdowns on top of that. And you probably have a few touchdown lead right now, but of course that's not how this game's gone. So we'll see who comes out fighting in this second half. But as we are Penn State, the Lions lead Woo Pig Suey, the Arkansas Razorbacks, at halftime in this Outback Bowl by a score of 10-7. Nice arrow shot of the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, as we'll have kickoff coming up shortly on ESPN with Utah and Ohio State, the Pac-12 champs and the at-large for the Big Ten, as Ohio State lost to Michigan. However, Ohio State was better than Iowa. Buckeyes go to Pasadena, Iowa, and Orlando. As both, at least Oklahoma State scored. Iowa did too, but Hawkeyes only with a field goal. Notre Dame 14-7. Tail end of the opening quarter, 14-7 Irish on top of Oklahoma State, as the Golden Domers lead it, and then Kentucky 7-3 over Mark Stoops' alma mater and the Iowa Hawkeyes. That's the Fiesta and Citrus Bowl, respectively. Of course, we still got the Rose and Sugar kickoff later on tonight. We got NHL Winter Classic on tonight as well. I'll have live watch-along reactions live on YouTube at 8 o'clock Eastern Time of WWE Day 1 as well, so be sure to tune back in. But at halftime in this Outback Bowl, Penn State leads Arkansas 10-7. Sean Clifford, 10 of 20, 173 yards passing, touchdown interception. Kaden Jefferson, 10 of 14, 75 yards passing. He has an interception, and then Warren Thompson, the one wide receiver, 0 for 1 on a pass, on that double pass, and was also picked off. But the 2 turnovers by Arkansas, Penn State hasn't been able to capitalize off of, let alone the interception by Clifford. Arkansas hasn't been able to capitalize off that either. So, turnovers aside, there's nothing to show for there. So, we've gotten to this point, 10-7, with how this game's played out. So, third and fourth quarter still to come. And once again, thanks for tuning in. Gary's done a lot since the end of the first quarter. They haven't, to be honest with you. I mean, they have, but they haven't. I mean, at least they have, some points. At least they're not getting shut out. They really, I mean, before Penn State scored 10 unanswered, they really on defense just got to continue to bring pressure on them. And if they can get to them, force a few turnovers or two, and if Penn State doesn't have a running game and you can capitalize then, you might be all right. But they have a better running game, in my opinion, than Penn State does right now, no doubt about it. So they're still all right. It's not like they're down by 100. They're down by 3. Okay? But here before too long, if Penn State keeps it up on offense the way they've, played here since the second quarter onward, the Lions might be taking the hogs to the butcher before too long. Because the middle of the field is literally wide open. So use it. Attack it. Go. Don't get, too far ahead of yourselves on go and hurry up, because eventually it's going to bite you in the ass. Got to find a running game. If you can find a running game, Penn State, the rest of the offense playbook will open itself up. And then defensively, if you can continue to get after KJ Jefferson, force a few more turnovers, just get the hell off the field and then run the ball and work the clock in this second half with a lead. Run the football when you need to. Rely on your special teams. For the most part, you're probably going to come out on top with a W. So, as mentioned, Clifford's 10 of 20 for 172 yards passing, a touchdown and a pick. KJ Jefferson, 10 of 14, 75 yards and an interception. Clifford has a couple carries for a couple yards now. Jefferson, more than a few carries, but less yards because he's been sacked a few too many times now by the Penn State defense. But Kevon Lee has 3 carries for 30 yards. Noah Kane, 2 of 18. And then Raheem Sanders, 8 carries, 49 yards rushing, and a touchdown. Dominique Johnson, 6 for 41. Receiving, Parker Washington leads Penn State as Tyson Morris leads Arkansas. Parker Washington has 4 catches, 77 yards. Receiving, Condre Lambert-Smith, 2 of 74 on the score. And then both out of the backfield, Kevon Lee a catch for 15 yards and Noah Kane a catch for 7 yards. They've gone to the tight ends. They have. The one, because they went to it a little too much early, was picked off. They've gone to all 3, whether it be Strange, Johnson, or Warren. The other one, he overthrew him, or else that'd be 6. He was wide open in the end zone, and he overthrew him. So, this game could be tied. It could be as it is, 10-7, but it also could be a little bit larger of a lead right now for either of these teams, more so than not for Penn State, but, one thing or another holding them back. So, this halftime report going to roll on for the time being. We'll get back to this Outback Bowl here momentarily with the second half, but as always, just want to say thanks for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below with that thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Penn State, hashtag Arkansas. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated as well. Now a college football bowl season update. Of course, Happy New Year on this January the 1st, 2022. Ongoing right now, we have 3 bowl games, and we have them all on. Penn State, as we know, they lead Arkansas 10-7 here. At halftime, also in the Fiesta and Citrus Bowls, respectively, as Penn State today is the only unranked team in action. Everybody else, including in the Rose and Sugar Bowl, both Utah, Ohio State, along with Baylor and Ole Miss, everyone's ranked, including Arkansas, in the college football playoff rankings. Penn State's not at 7-5. They're the lone team that is not ranked, but potentially with a win to finish 8-5, maybe right there at the tail end of that in the AP poll to close out the year between 20 and 25, with, of course, teams during bowl season ahead of them losing, but, maybe right on the outside looking in, and then maybe, preseason, sub 25 once again for next year. But yes, as Penn State leads Arkansas at halftime here in the Outback Bowl, Notre Dame leads Oklahoma State 14-7 in the Fiesta Bowl, and Kentucky leads Iowa 7-3 in the Citrus Bowl. We still have Utah, Ohio State from Pasadena in the granddaddy of them all. Rose Bowl, 5 o'clock on ESPN, and then the Sugar Bowl from New Orleans. It'll be Baylor and Ole Miss. But college football bowl season began about 2 weeks or so ago now. It was the Bahamas Bowl with Middle Tennessee State and Toledo, and the Blue Raiders defeated the Rockets by 7, 31-24. Coastal Carolina won the Cure Bowl over Northern Illinois, 47-41. Penn State will now receive a transfer wide receiver from Western Kentucky as the Hilltoppers defeated App State 59-38. Mitchell Tinsley will transfer to Happy Valley and be inserted into the inline wide receiver room after this game here today. But Western Kentucky with the win of the Boca Raton Bowl over App State 59-38 again. The PUBG New Mexico Bowl, Fresno State won over UTEP 31-24. The Independence Bowl UAB upset BYU 31-28. Liberty defeated Eastern Michigan 56-20. Utah State won the first ever Jimmy Kimmel LA Bowl over Oregon State 24-13. Louisiana Lafayette 36-21 over Marshall in the New Orleans Bowl. Marshall then, because Texas A&M pulled out of the Gator Bowl yesterday against Wake Forest. Rutgers out of the Big Ten replaced 10 of the 12 Penn State opponents this year in 2021 were in fact bowl eligible, and I include Villanova out of the FCS because they made the FCS playoffs. The lone two were Illinois and Indiana back in October, and Penn State split with the Fighting Illini and Hoosiers. But now, as that wrapped up the first 2 days of bowl action, sometime this second half, we'll get back to it just prior to Christmas, and then everything that happened this past week as well during bowl season, as we're about to kick off in this second half with Penn State and Arkansas in the Outback Bowl. Hopefully everyone had a Merry Christmas and are in fact having a Happy New Year. Touchback on the kick. Be 1st and 10 Hogs from the 25, but we'll lead off when we return, as we have had some cancellations, unfortunately, once again this bowl season, with 5 bowl games as advertised to be played, not played in the end because of COVID. Hopefully everyone's doing well and staying safe. And as mentioned, had a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. But we'll lead off with the Myrtle Beach Bowl when we return. So once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96. And first and 10 Arkansas from the 25-yard line. Underway now in the second half. Jefferson going to keep it for himself. And he's going to lower his shoulder and get an Arkansas first down. A few missed tackles there by Penn State on defense. And they'll go hurry up. They go near side to Johnson. Jair Brown on the stop, though, after a 2-yard gain. It is second down and 8. And we got a timeout for another injured player. Who is it this time? Monica's probably still on her knees, but who's on her knee now? It's Keaton Ellis. Keaton Ellis, the Penn State corner from State College. He walks off under his own power. They're slim on defense as it is. Can't afford anybody else to go down, but he looks all right. I think he got poked in the eye because he's dousing water on his left eye, trying to regain his sight. But now second down and 8 for Arkansas. Ball 37. And KJ Jefferson going to keep it, tuck it, and run out past midfield and runs out of bounds. First and 10 Hogs. So a quick start here. They'll hand off. And yeah, some missed tackles by Penn State on defense. But Curtis Jacobs, who's now a little slow to get up, holding his left arm. Him and Tar Burton on the tackle. So once again, they're slim at, on defense. They're slim at linebacker and in the secondary. So once again, who's going to step up in their absence? Who's going to step up? Franklin out to make sure he's okay. They'll take a TV timeout. So, yeah, just get the whole field on defense again. Just do what you're doing. You know? Might sound simple, but we know it's not. Just continue to do what you're doing now. You know? Get a few stops here or there. I mean, if you give a big play or two, okay. But just, man, once again, you can't have as many things good go your way and then, you know, one little thing to bring it down. But that's just how it is and how it's been this year. So, I mean, there's not really much else to be said in that regard by any means, but still got to, no doubt about it, continue just to find a way. And I think if they can, which, you know, you have a lead to begin with, but you got to stop the run. You got to fund a running game and you got to stop the run. Because if you can do that and force Jefferson to throw, we've seen, you know, what's going on there. And it's not much. So, no offense, but, you know, the stats don't lie. But, you know, Penn State at times, you know, just... It's back to, seriously, what the hell are you doing? Like, did you forget how to play football on this play? Did you just want to give them some yards to get caught up. And, you like playing from behind. You like playing catch up.
Fitness routine with pure protein. High protein, low sugar. Tastes great. High protein, low sugar. Cool.
High protein, low sugar. Birthday cake.
Pure protein. Find our coupons in Sunday's paper.
At times, it's what it seems like. Seriously. But, no, Penn State, as I'm sure all of us had enough to drink last night into today. Penn State at times, they look like I need a drink every once in a while. They do. And, I mean, as I just took one, they got to get the hell off the field on defense. So second down, Jefferson going to keep it. And he gets down to the 28-yard line, 1st and 10 for the Hogs. They're getting back to their basics. And right now, playing fundamentally sound football and having a running game. Dominique Johnson on a 20-yard run for number 20 inside the 10. They'll have a 1st and goal now. So, Arkansas going to look to retake the lead here early third quarter. Able to drive, making it look easy right now. And Jefferson will fake it, keep it for himself, and he walks in for 6. Touchdown Arkansas, 13-10, pending the upcoming extra point, and Woo Pig Suey. That's what I'm saying. They can't just... Yep, for some reason they allow it. They still just... They can't. They don't know what it is about it. Momentum. Not everything going their way. Not necessarily today, but it's just how it's been all year. Extra point up and good, 14-10. So back to those, 2 field goals maybe. Capitalize on enough of turnovers. In the end, who knows? That might be the difference. But Arkansas retakes the lead here, 14-10. Driving 75 to begin the third quarter play. And retaking the lead at 14-10, up by 4 with about 12 and a half, 13 minutes to play in this third quarter. But no, whether it's like they like playing from behind, like playing catch up like the Steelers do or not, okay, they just put themselves in situations, not necessarily holes, that it's still, what the hell are you doing? Like, you're costing yourself this, and you're making it harder on yourself. Like, yeah, if we could all take the easy road out, I think we all would, no doubt about it. But it would, just depend on the situation there. And the situation today is, and as it's been, they have one good thing going for them, and then boom, it's gone. And now they're, here we are again, playing from behind. So and that's why it's frustrating, and it's hard to watch sometimes. But we'll see what they can do on offense to begin this third quarter, because we haven't seen them since, of course, just prior to halftime. Which, okay, 10 unanswered. Really, they're late in the second quarter, though. They didn't do much. So it's, a few minutes here, a few minutes there, that in the end, when this game comes down to it, might be the difference. Might be one drive, might be a couple plays to, you would hope, come out on top with a win. But, yeah, I mean, I'll leave it at that. But in the meantime, back to it. We'll have Penn State back deep to receive. Probably touchback, first and 10 and 25. Of course, I would like a good return. They have not had a kickoff or a punt return for a touchdown since the middle of December last year. It was in the next to last game of the season. So you can say it's been a while. It's been a little over a year. And that was in the shortened COVID season, of course, from last year. As with the SEC, they, for the most part, played a whole year last year. And then, back to it this year. Whereas the Big Ten here with Penn State, this year was their first full campaign since 2 years back, because last year, even with 9 games, okay, you're basically not playing a non-conference. They didn't start for another month afterwards. And, they both wrapped up around the same time. I mean, and now you're back to normal. And Woo Pig Suey on the kickoff. Does Arkansas, as a Penn State fan, asking for a friend? Because, I've watched a lot of Arkansas football games in my life, including this year. I sort of had a time hope for this matchup. I did. I didn't think, though, Penn State was going to get the Outback Bowl, though. It was either going to be the Pinstripe Bowl, the Music City Bowl, or the Las Vegas Bowl. But they get a New Year's Bowl against the Hogs here today in the Outback Bowl. So, does Arkansas on all kickoffs Woo Pig Suey? Let me know in the comments. 3-yard gain up the middle by Sean Clifford, who's got a movie out right now. He is the big red dog himself. Be 2nd down and 7 from the 27. So they'll, with time on the play clock here, readjust, audible to where the hell they're going to run. And they'll run a fake toss near side, and he goes down on the tackle right there at the line of scrimmage. No game, 3rd down and 7. Play was dead from the start. You can't step back and heave it. Nobody open. You can't yell even though they're told to block, like, I'm throwing, get the hell open, catch the football. 3rd down and 8 officially for Penn State here. And Kevon Lee going to motion out. Top of your screen, empty set 5 wide. They might have jumped off sides. They get to Clifford. He airs it out. Deep, incomplete. Looked like it was going to go out of bounds there for a second. But intended for, as both Lambert, Smith, and like I said with Arkansas, they continue to bring pressure. Get to Clifford. They're going to be all right, especially now with the lead. Yeah, Lambert Smith was in the area. It was either Washington or Lee as well, also there. 4th and 8, they'll punt. So Arkansas drives and scores to begin the 3rd quarter. Penn State with a quick 3 and out. Arkansas on the punt return. And a tackle after about a 5-yard gain on the return. So 1st and 10, 11-1 to play in the 3rd quarter. And they'll show the advert for Rose and Sugar Bowls still to come later on today. Arkansas has played good on defense. They have. And offense for them, it's starting to get rolling now. But their linebackers have had a quiet day. It's been up front, their front 4. It brought some pressure off the edge of the backers, but we really haven't, heard a lot or seen Grant Morgan, Hayden Henry, and for the all-name team and bumper pull, but KJ Jefferson, another quarterback draw. They can't stop him. So why quit running it? keep running until the defense stops you. You got to give credit where credit's due. And now from the 44, after a big first down run, Jefferson looking to throw. He will, and it's going to be caught, and then they get out of the bounds around the 25-yard line on the 1st and 10 for Arkansas. They're going to go hurry up now. And another handoff. Sutherland on the stop. Yeah. Just picking them apart. Whether that's on his passing plays or with his feet. KJ Jefferson, when they're hot, you know, they're able to move the football, they're hot. Arms and legs. We haven't had any targeting with the head. Shoulders, knees, and toes. I mean, I really haven't, knock on wood, no injuries yet. Nothing severe. Just, you know, cramping and maybe getting knocked out. But motion man actually, as he's coming near side, lined up under center there for a second and then continue motion out. Jefferson gets a snap and then gets the Arkansas first down. Or yard short, excuse me. It'll be 4th and short for Arkansas. 4th down, they're going to go for it again here, it looks like. I'd kick it with a lead, I would. But they, on their opening touchdown drive, close out the first quarter. Go up 7-0 before Penn State scored 10 unanswered. Arkansas scored again, 14-10. They were able to capitalize twice on that drive on 4th down. And 3rd time's a charm, they do that again. And another first down for Arkansas. Right there at the first down marker, they're going to have to measure. That's close. Bring Changing out. They're right there. Bring them out. And have a measurement here. I think it's a first down. I'll take it, though, if he's short. Penn State gets the ball back on offense. You got to be able to capitalize, though. So Chang Gang out for measurement. And he will be good enough for a first down. He got it. 1st and 10, Arkansas. You got to get off the field. You got to force a kick. You can't go down 11 early 3rd quarter where the offense not really doing a lot. From the 17, 1st and 10. And they run an end around near side, and Tarburton right there in the backfield to bring them down. Tackle for loss back at the 24. Big 2nd and long. Nice big stop there. You read the play. Yeah, if Jefferson would have kept it for himself, probably another first down. So Penn State's ball right now. You stop KJ Jefferson, you stop this Arkansas offense probably. They lateral it, and nice tackle for loss there once again. That's 52, Jordan Vandenberg. Along with, and he was even being held and he still got through on the tackle. So he's playing up front in the middle as he transferred in as well from, I believe, one of those bubble screen complete, 3rd and 21, and 4th down. So they get off the field. They're going to force a kick. Can hope for a miss. But no, Vandenberg's stepping up now in the middle of the defense. I believe he's from one of the lower Midwest schools, the D1 AA or even D2, D3 level, if I'm not mistaken. But 36-yard field goal in the meantime for Arkansas to go up 7 again. 6.5 to play in this 3rd quarter. And the kick's going to be up, and the kick's going to be good. So as Arkansas led by 7 before Penn State scored 10 unanswered to take a 10-7 halftime lead. Arkansas has now scored 10 unanswered in this first 10 minutes of the 3rd quarter to retake the lead at 17-7. Make it 17-10, excuse me. So Penn State going to have to, keyword, unanswered. So Arkansas took the lead. Penn State with those unanswered points. Hogs with them again. Back to, if Penn State trails at the end of the 3rd quarter, they're winless this year. So keep that in mind. Keep that in the back of your head. If Penn State is going to trail at the end of the 3rd quarter, not saying ball game, but stats don't lie. So even with that, this is a whole new game. Got to find a running game. Like, said at the start, and I've said all year, got to find a running game and stop the opposing rushing attack. If you can do that, you'll be all right. You're going to be in it. But hell, let alone with no running game, they've still been in every single game this year. And that's why it's been frustrating and disappointing too, because all 5 losses by less than 9 points, and 4 of those 5 by less than 4. It's 1 score, and they're down by 7 right now. So 17-10, the Twisted Tea Penn State commercial, again, will Beaver Stadium, the Bryce Jordan Center in it. But, offensively, as Arkansas in this 3rd quarter, 2 drives and 10 points. Defensively, they luck out and get off the field there with some big tackles for loss in the backfield there, and they force a kick. Penn State had a quick 3 and out, and they punted. You're going to have to not necessarily, go deep down the middle of the field again, but it's there. The middle of the field's wide open. You got to find a running game, and where the hell are your tight ends? None of them, as they are non-existent right now, nowhere to be found, have a catch whatsoever. Okay? Clifford's going to have to make some plays, both on the ground and in the air. Where was Parker Washington on that opening drive? Need Parker Washington, Conjure Lambert Smith. It seems like, even with Cam Sullivan Brown and Malik Mega and a few others, they're splitting who the number 3 is. Because, of course, with Jahan Dotson opting out, not playing, Traylon Burks isn't playing, though, either for Arkansas on offense, but they still have the lead right now. So, even with Dotson, they were able, late in the year, to go to a few of the other, wideouts. So, we'll see what happens here. They show some highlights from the bash at the beach they had with these 2 teams the other day. And with all the bowl game festivities, here we are out playing the game, and ball comes off the tee on the kickoff there. 6.5 to play in this 3rd quarter. Arkansas, Woo Pig Suey again, up 17-10 on top of Penn State. So, just gotta, once again, find a way, do something, and it starts up front. Find a running game. Find a running game. Rest the offense playbook, believe me. it'll open itself up. You can do it however you want. And Clifford's, not playing with the team on his back right now, even though he probably should be. He probably should put him on his back, but he doesn't need to be doing as much as he is. Pass complete. Parker Washington, he gets 5 yards. He's going to keep it up, finish over 100 yards receiving, whether they win or lose. And he'll be the number one going into next year, along with Henry Lambert Smith. And then talk about, like I said earlier, with the wide receiver from Western Kentucky transferring in, and Mitchell Tinsley. He'll be in the wide receiver room too. 2nd and 5, Clifford tucks it and runs and gets a yard. 2nd and 4. When Arkansas runs quarterback draws from the start, they get first downs. When Clifford waits and then decides to run a quarterback draw, nowhere to be found. Okay? So, make up your mind, do what you're going to do, and run with it. Working a lot of empty today. 5 wide. Kane going to actually motion back in the backfield, though, to the left of Clifford. Fake the give, pump fake. They run a screen. Damn good play call right there. Okay, get a 6-yard reception, first down. All right, I'll take it. 1st and 10 for the Nittany Lions. This game going to come down in the 4th quarter. It will. Whether they're going to be trailing at the end of this 3rd or not, this game's still going to come down in the 4th quarter. It's just, when they're trailing at the end of 3, they haven't won. Regardless if they've done shit in the 4th or not. Handoff, Kane. 2 yards for him up the middle. They're talking about the opt-outs. You play with who you have after all of it. But yeah, you sign up. You're not under contract, but you're still on the team. You should, reward everyone else with continuing to play. But you want to be that IN team that's not there, so be it. Go ahead and do you. That's what, at first for Penn State, with the opt-outs, it was just one. And then this past week, it was one after another. But you play with who you have at the end of the day. Because they obviously want to be there more than you do. I go back to, 2012 when everybody transferred after the sanctions hit. And then they still went out and won football games without them. So, number one to you. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year as well. 3rd and 9, they run a slant over the middle, incomplete, 10 for Cam Sullivan-Brown. 4th down, and 2 straight drives and 2 straight punts for Penn State in the 3rd quarter, where Arkansas has scored 10 on back-to-back scoring drives. So the defense now, no doubt about it, going to have to continue to get stops, get the hell off the field. Going to need a turnover or 2. Going to have to capitalize off of that. And then special teams. Once again, special teams. Turnovers and special teams play key. Essentially the difference. Penn State on the punt. And be fair caught at the 20-yard line. 1st and 10 Arkansas from there. Up 7, 17-10 with 3:46 to play in this 3rd quarter. We're at halftime in the Citrus Bowl. Almost there in the Fiesta Bowl. So, after these 3 games wrap up, officially with the national championship game then to be played too, a week from Monday, with 2 more bowl games today, 1 early next week, middle of next week sometime. And there's 4 more bowl games, 4 more college football bowl games, plus make it 5 for the FCS national championship game a week from today. From the 21, 1st and 10. And Jefferson going to keep it for himself again. Stop KJ Jefferson. He's off to the races down the far sideline. And Keaton Ellis going to push him out of bounds. He's a little slow to get up. He says he's okay. but he's gonna have to come out because he's hurt, down injured. Yeah, he'll be all right. Just got the wind knocked out of him there. It looked like. You got a timeout, okay? You got to stop KJ Jefferson. If you can stop him, bring your pressure. At that rate, don't bring your pressure. I mean, bring some, but not as much, because that's what Arkansas has fixed since halftime, since the first half. Because Penn State brought a lot of pressure. How many sacks? When you step back and force them to throw, make them beat you. Don't give them free yards. Don't make them, run a draw here or a draw there and get first down. They'll hand off, though, anyway, and get 12 yards on that run, 1st and 10. Looking to extend their lead to double digits. He's going to come back in. Had to sit out of that play, of course, with the injury. Actually, he's going to stay out another play. He runs on and says, no, I'm staying out for another play. I'm not good. Yeah. Now they got a quarterback issue. All right, that's good for Penn State on defense. Make them throw. Make Hornsby throw. From the 33, he'll keep it. And then a missed tackle, and Malik Hornsby down the far sideline, going to break and dive at the 1 to be 1st and goal at the 1. So, stop whoever the hell is in at quarterback, because they're just going to tuck it and run hog wild on you, because you can't stop them. Jesus Christ. They're going to go hurry up, 1st and goal from the 1. Already up 17-10 here, as we near the end of the third quarter. Hand off, and they walk in, touchdown Arkansas. 23-10 with 2:08 to play in the third quarter, pending upcoming extra point. Jesus Christ. Running game, folks. Running game. Can't run it. Can't stop it. What do you expect? Here we are. It's been like this all year. Oh my God. And believe me, I'm going to say this now, but so I don't forget later. Franklin just signed his 10-year extension. But if they lose this game, he's only won a few bowl games. He won the Penn State Bowl. He beat Boston College in his first year at the helm. Yes, they won the Big Ten, but they lost the Rose Bowl. Also won the Fiesta in Cotton, but they've lost the Gator, they've lost the Rose, and they've lost the Citrus. Make it the Outback if they lose today. And this keeps up for, a subpar performance again in one game, let alone the whole entire season, not being consistent, and it starts at the top. Eventually, he's going to get run out of town. Just a matter of when. And, he had a ton of leverage, and Penn State was scared to lose him to wherever he was going to go. And so they extend him, give him what they gave him, and, he's the head coach still. When, in my opinion, for how it's gone as of late, there is, in fact, as Arkansas now leads 24-10, 2 minutes to play in the third quarter, as Franklin's a good recruiter, but in-game coach, we've seen how that's gone. It's like, seriously, what the hell are you doing? What's this? What's that? You just cost them however many points. Clifford going to go deep down the far side. Has a man, and it's caught and dropped by Malik Mega, incomplete. Oh, my God. Good coverage. Good no call, no penalty. 2nd and 10. Maybe a little underthrown. He still caught it, but then as soon as it hit the ground, it fell incomplete. It popped out. No,
there's better candidates out there for Penn State than to continue to have James Franklin as the head coach. But, you know, nothing anybody can do about it now because he's staying put. And he's on a new 10-year deal. But, you know, as Penn State runs the option, big tackle. Clifford goes down on the big hit by Bumper Pohl and Hayden Henry. Boom. Jeez. Just. No. Matt Roll, Luke Fickell, Matt Campbell, Joe Moorhead, and Bill O'Brien. Those are your 5 for Penn State. And that's all I'm going to say about that. But now a 3rd and, say 8 for Penn State. Yeah, 3rd and 8. 15 to play in the 3rd quarter. So it looks like they will trail here at the end of the 3rd quarter. And a timeout by Penn State. Make sure they're set. Arkansas has all the momentum in the world right now. Shutting them out in this 3rd quarter. But as it's not necessarily been a tale of two halves, it's been a tale of each quarter. And even is better than odd. Penn State, 10 unanswered after trailing by 7 at the end of 1. They're on top at half, 10-7. Arkansas with 17 unanswered now in the 3rd quarter. You know, Penn State's going to have to score some points in the 4th and final quarter to come back and win it. But once again, they're winless if they trail at the end of 3. So that's not a good thing to be a part of. That's not on their side. Got to find a way, do something. Don't run it here on 3rd and 8. You got to go to your tight ends more. Like, where the hell are they on the offense? They're not anywhere to be found. Clifford going to step up. Tuck it and run. Go. Has all day. And he'll slide to 44. 1st and 10, Penn State. Take what the defense gives you. All right, you got a minute. We'll have 2 timeouts the rest of the way after that timeout. But 1st and 10. We set it down to 41 officially. Empty set. They'll fake a pump fake on a bubble screen. He'll step up and run again. And he'll get another 1st down. Sean Clifford going to run out of bounds. 12-yard pickup for him. So, KJ Jefferson injured, still in the tent. We'll see what his status is. But they look all right with Malik Hornsby as their backup to come in and play QB for him anyway. So, you know, shouldn't really have any effect. But Clifford, as Jefferson was tucking around, they're going to go deep down the far side again. And through the hands of Keandre Lambert-Smith, incomplete. 2nd and 10, 34 seconds to play in the 3rd quarter. I mean, hell yeah, if you can score quick here before the end of the quarter, early 4th, get off the field again on defense, you know, cut it, score again, tie it up. Whole new ball game. Whole new ball game then at that point. But no, take what the defense gives you. If they're going to play back and you got your grass in front of you, take it. Parker Washington in motion. They run the end around with him. And he'll get maybe a little bit of a late hit. No? All right, probably good no call. About a 5-6 yard pickup. Big 3rd down. They don't have to snap it if they don't want to here, but this is a big 3rd down to close out the end of the 3rd quarter. 3rd and 4 for Penn State. KJ Jefferson on the bike, so he looks to be okay. 10 seconds. You don't have to snap if you don't want to. From the 40. Just don't do anything stupid. They're going to let the clock run out. 3, 2, 1. Yeah. At the end of the 3rd quarter, they snap right as the clock expires. But, yeah. End of the 3rd quarter. And Penn State at the end of the 3rd quarter, when they trail, they are winless this year. Keep that in mind. They trail once again today. Arkansas leads at the end of the 3rd quarter, 24-10 in the 2022 Outback Bowl here today on New Year's against Penn State and the Lions. It's been a quarter here, quarter there, quarter here. Now this 4th quarter belongs to Penn State. Evens better than odd. Arkansas had the 1st and 3rd. Penn State 2nd. Now into the 4th. Looking to cut this lead.
Touchdown's going to be better than a field goal, but if you have to settle for 3, okay, so be it. Of course, you're going to have to get another stop or 2 on top of that, though. But this is going to go back to the missed 50-yard field goal, acting as if you're going to kick it from 54 yards out, and then you ran what you ran on that punt. Even with the turnovers, not being able to capitalize, there's points left off the board for Penn State today. And one of the main reasons, along with not having a running game compared to Arkansas, while they're down at the end of the third quarter here, 24-10 in the Outback Bowl. So 15 minutes to play in today's game and in the season for Penn State, along with Arkansas. So to finish the season on a high, of course, move into next year with a bowl win. You have, as Arkansas right now has all the momentum in the world, Penn State coming back. But third down and 4? Can't turn the ball over. No penalties. Don't turn the ball over here, or don't get a first down and then have it get called back because of a hold or a block in the back or a chop block or, pass interference or whatever the hell the penalty would be. Illegal man downfield, illegal motion. They're calling a lot of that this year. Just don't back yourselves up into a corner. But they like doing it. They like putting themselves in situations like this and finding a way to get out of it. And 7 of the 12 times they have. The other 5, of course, resulted in losses. So at the end of the third quarter, Arkansas leads Penn State in the Outback Bowl 24-10. So it's been quarter here, quarter there, quarter here. First and third for Arkansas, second and potentially fourth coming up here for Penn State. So we'll see what it gives. As always, I'm sure something will, but now some stats and scores with 15 to play. Clifford's 13-27 for $182 and a touchdown. The turnovers, neither team's been able to capitalize, so there's nothing there. But if Penn State was able to capitalize, it'd be a hell of a lot closer, I think, than what it is right now, along with those field goals. There's points being left off the board right now for Penn State. Kaden Jefferson, 13-17, only 98 yards passing, but he has 18 carries for 108 yards rushing as a starting quarterback and a touchdown, along with Dominique Johnson having 10 carries, 71 yards rushing, and Raheem Sanders, 10 carries, 62 yards rushing, and 2 touchdowns. Clifford on 3rd and 4. Incomplete. I have no idea who the hell he was throwing to. 4th down, and they're going to have to punt again. 3 straight punts to begin the second half now into the fourth quarter. Well, Arkansas has scored 17 unanswered, down 10-7 at halftime to take a 24-10 lead. They're going to go for it on 4th down. From the 40. This right here might, in the end, decide the game. This might be the turning point in which they could really run away with it. At least hold on to their lead. They're going to go for it. 4th and 4. Clifford looking to throw. Roll out now near side. Avoids a sack for the time being. He's going to tuck it and run. He gets another Penn State first down out of bounds. What a play by Sean Clifford. Gallops his way for another first down. Now he's starting to put the offensive team on his back. You got to score points. You got to score a damn touchdown on this drive now. Plain and simple. You're not going to be able to settle for 3. I mean, if you do, okay, so be it. But at least, not going to put. There was no penalty on that on 4th down, especially. Well, 1st and 10. Clifford airs it out of bounds, incomplete. Hits one of the cameramen. 2nd and 10. If he still would have got it, penalty knocked it back, they replay it down, they probably punt. But if they don't get it, Arkansas is going to decline it and take the field possession and get a first down right there. But you got to score a touchdown now.
You got to score a damn touchdown on this drive. You got to cut this lead to 7 again. And then defense, you got to get the hell off the field. Turnover to maybe even a defensive score and a whole new ball game. Say it with me. You got to capitalize off this momentum now. You got to score some points, score a touchdown, and cut this lead. We are Penn State. Let's go. Clifford going to step up and overthrew his intended target, number 6, Cam Sullivan-Brown, incomplete. 3rd and 10. Jesus Christ. Once again, here we go. They get out of their situation. They're bind, they're in. 1 play, 2 plays go their way, then everything else is downhill. The drive stalls. There's nothing to show for it. They're not consistent. They are not consistent at all. And if you have a running game on 1st and 2nd down, you wouldn't have a 3rd and 10 right now. You'd probably have a 3rd and short. Empty set 5 wide. My God. How much more clear can you tell the defense you're going to throw unless you're going to tuck and run, which he has? Clifford going to roll out. And it's caught. 1st down and 10, Penn State. Parker Washington at the 20. 1st and 10 Lions. Minute into this 4th quarter, they're knocking on the door inside the red zone. 1st and 10 for the blue and white. Still a lot of football left, yes, no doubt about it. Clifford gonna quarterback draw, tuck it and run, and he gets about 4.5, 5 yards. 2nd and medium. Yeah, I would think so, yeah. I would think so for sure. It's January for football, okay? Everybody's tired. Everybody's banged up. You play through it. From the 15, 2nd down and 5 for Penn State. And Clifford, they'll hand off. Kevon Lee going to lower his shoulder, and that's a Penn State 1st down at the 10-yard line. 1st and goal. You got to punch it in now. Let's go. Keep running it. Keep running it. Go to your tight ends. Go to your tight ends. Bretton Strange, Theo Johnson, Tyler Warren. Tuck it and run if you're Clifford, if it's there, and run it in. From the 10, 1st and goal. Do not, whatever the hell you do not turn the ball over. Kevon Lee in motion. They'll fake it to him. Clifford. Near side in the back of the end zone. Jesus fucking Christ, he throws a pick. My God, what did I just say? Don't turn the damn ball over. And what do? They turn the damn ball over. Interception. And with the lead in the 4th quarter, yeah. I said at the start, turnovers are going to be the difference maker. And just into double coverage, too, by the way. On a fade back corner. My God. What the hell are you doing? Just. My God. It'll be 1st and 10 Arkansas from the 20 on touchback. That's tough. And Clifford's going to come back for another year next year. He'll be a 6th-year starting quarterback in 2022. With Christian Veilleux and a few incoming freshmen to back him up, which we'll get more into all that later. But, man, you can't turn the ball over in that situation. You can't. You just cannot do that. You know, because if it falls incomplete or you get another down out of it or two, another play, it's going to go.
in the end, okay, you settle for 3 probably. You kick it. You have some points to show for. Talk about earlier, Arkansas, after they went up 7-0, until they scored 17 unanswered since here in the second half. Not doing a lot since the end of the first quarter. Penn State hasn't done a hell of a lot since, they scored 10 in a row. They're getting shut out now in this third and fourth quarter. It's mind-boggling. It's very frustrating, to say the least. It wasn't a bad play call. It was just a bad decision to throw the football where he threw it to. But credit up front, Arkansas has been able to get pressure on him all day. Now the defense, you got to get the hell off the field. You got to get a defensive turnover. You got to get a defensive touchdown. You got to give their offense another reason to do something. They have relied all season long on this defense way too damn much. Oh my God, if he would have looked to his left, or if he would have, pump faked, he had a man in Theo Johnson wide open in the end zone. If he would have looked left, dump it off on a screen, Kevon Lee out of the backfield, he walks into the end zone for a touchdown. You don't always have to go to your first read. And now all Arkansas is going to do, with what they've done all day, is run the damn football and work this clock and make Penn State call their timeouts. And with a lead in the fourth quarter, running the football, working the clock, needing to run the football when you can, you're going to win. Penn State's problem all season long is they've relied too much on this defense. That pass is incomplete, be 3rd down and 6. And they have no running game. Just imagine if they've had a running game this year. Just a boneheaded, stupid decision by Sean Clifford. Third down and 6. You got to get the hell off the field from the 23. We'll see if they can. They'll run it. And a tackle. Missed tackle. Jesus Christ. First down, Arkansas. Way too many missed tackles once again on defense. Whether it's 4th and inches or 1st and 10, they're still going to go for it. They give them the 1st and 10, though. Or actually, no, it was 4th and short. Now it's 1st and 10. But however, we got a penalty on the play. So we'll see what the dirty laundry is here from the Zebras. What do you say, Stripes? And all, as they pin James Franklin once again on the sideline, all he can do, as he always does, is stand there with his arms fucking crossed. So they're huddling up. We'll see what the penalty is. Well, was the previous play 4th and inches or 1st and 10? First off. They got the first down. If it was 4th and inches, it'd be 2nd and 7 if they had the first down. But we got a penalty. So with all that being said, Jesus Christ, they're going to look at this again. Actually, we got an illegal substitution on Penn State. 5 yards for a first down for Arkansas. So they, not necessarily want to hurry up, but they caught Penn State on defense with too many men on the field. And, yeah, so now 1st and 10 Arkansas. And once again, just as was earlier, down before the ball came out. So from the 34, 1st and 10 Arkansas. And trips top of your screen. Jefferson going to hand off, and a tackle after about a 5-6 yard pickup by Smith Vilbert and Jalen Reed. And let's grip it and rip it. There's John Daly. Crack a cold one. John Daly's excited. He's very happy. So from the 39, 2nd down and 5. Another trips, top of your screen. They're going to run it again. Guess what? Arkansas running the football down the Penn State defense throat. And another 1st and 10. So John Daly was warming up on the sideline kicking field goals. Well, maybe, put him in blue and white and have him come out and kick for Penn State. Woo Pig Suey. From the 45, another 1st and 10. And another 5-6 yard gain. Kalen King on the tackle for Penn State. Second to meet him, got another injury, but 10 minutes and change to play here in the final game of the year. Penn State down 14 against Arkansas in the Outback Bowl, 24-10 your score. As we hit the top of the hour here on the East Coast. But with an injury, Penn State are really looking like I need a fucking drink now. Jesus Christ. Especially after that interception. But Arkansas, along with Penn State, go and hurry up. Both teams, Arkansas has been making it look easy, though. First down with the run game, using the self-checkout line. Very frustrating right now as a Penn State fan. Very, very frustrating. But in the meantime, as we take a commercial break here, we're going to get back to this college football bowl season update with everything that's happened to this point, with a few games, of course, ongoing, and a few more kick off over the next week and a half. Okay. Camping World Stadium in Orlando at Citrus Bowl. Kentucky leads Iowa 13-3 midway through the 3rd quarter. We're at halftime from the Desert Fiesta Bowl. Notre Dame 28-14 on top of Oklahoma State, and then of course 24-10 here Arkansas leading Penn State, Utah, Ohio State, and Baylor. Ole Miss still to come in the Rose and Sugar Bowls. We left off earlier, following the of course first 2 days of the college football bowl season there. 2 weeks ago, that Friday and Saturday, with the Palmas, Cure, Boca Raton, PUBG New Mexico, Independence, Lending Tree, Jimmy Kimmel LA, and New Orleans Bowl, respectively, from the Teal Turf in Myrtle Beach on the campus of Coastal Carolina. Tulsa, living on Tulsa time, defeated Old Dominion in the Myrtle Beach Bowl 30-17. Wyoming won the famous Idaho Potato Bowl from the Blue Turf of Boise, 52-38 over Kent State. Boise State actually, they were supposed to play in the Barstool Sports Arizona Bowl the other day against Central Michigan, but that game was canceled. They pulled out, and then Central Michigan actually replaced Penn State's new defense coordinator and Manny Diaz's former team in Miami, Florida, as they pulled out the Sun Bowl against Washington State. Yesterday it was Washington State, Central Michigan.
the game in a second. But then in the Tropical Smoothie Cafe Frisco Bowl, San Diego State defeated University of Texas San Antonio 38-24. Army won on a game-winning field goal, 24-22 over Missouri in the Armed Forces Bowl. The Frisco Football Classic, Miami, Ohio, 27-14 over North Texas. UCF from this very field last Thursday in the Gasparilla Bowl from Raymond James Stadium in Tampa. UCF over Florida, 27-19. We got a fumble on the play. And Arkansas recovers. Be third down and about 7. On Christmas, following the cancellation of the Hawaii Bowl once again this year on Christmas Eve, Memphis, along with everybody, who didn't back out because of COVID, with the game getting canceled, everybody, who's going to play, they ended up, even though it doesn't count as a win, they were awarded the trophy. Memphis, technically your Hawaii Bowl champs, defeating Hawaii, even though the game was canceled and not played. Third down and about 5. They run a pass in the flat near side, and Jair Brown with a big tackle. So fourth down for the Hogs. They'll punt. Under 10 to play. Penn State going to need 2 scores to come back and tie this game up with 2 timeouts. It's doable, but as defense gets off the field, the offense, you got to get rolling again, just as it did in the second quarter there, to go up 10-7 at halftime. And you have to do a little bit more than 10 points, though, because those field goals and not being able to capitalize off of the turnovers. Arkansas can't capitalize off the interception here, though, either, so turnovers aside, not helping, but that was hurting Penn State with timing, with the clock. Points in the end still being left off the board right now for Penn State. It could be a lot closer than it is, but they trail with about 9-1-1 to play. Down 14, 24-10 against Arkansas in the Outback Bowl. So somebody call the cops, because Arkansas is either going to hold on to win this game, or Penn State's going to come back and hope to find a way to win and squeak it out in the end. But it's going to come down to the wire. All hell is about ready to break loose, it seems like. You can't turn the ball over. Clifford's going to have to make some more plays, no doubt about it. You got to go to your tight ends, please and thank you. Whether it be Strange, Johnson, or Warren, go to your tight ends. That's why you have them. They have, but not as much as they probably should have, or should be, because none of them have any catches today. And they don't have a running game compared to Arkansas once again. But what's new? That's been like that regardless of who their opponent's been all season long. So here we are, New Year's, in the New Year, Happy New Year, January 1st, 2022, closing the 2021 season with this Outback Bowl here today. Arkansas leads Penn State 24-10, under 10 to play. And once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Luke96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Scroll down, check out Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit that red subscribe button right here on YouTube, with a notification bell next to it. As well, thumbs up button if you're enjoying. You want Penn State to come back and win, or, of course, have Arkansas hold on to win. Share, chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers, always greatly appreciated as well. But with this bowl season update, once again, on Christmas in the Camellia Bowl, Georgia State defeated Ball State 51-20. This past Monday, from Motown, Western Michigan, a couple blowouts back-to-back here, defeated Nevada 52-24. The Military Bowl was also canceled, so neither Boston College or East Carolina played. But then with the common opponent being Auburn, of course, Penn State defeated Auburn. Auburn defeated Arkansas. Arkansas leads Penn State right now in the Outback Bowl. Houston beat Auburn in the Birmingham Bowl on Tuesday, 17-13. The SEC during bowl season, not off to a good start. But, of course, both Alabama and Georgia won yesterday, so now 3-5. The Big Ten, on the flip side, they're 5-0, but both Rutgers and Michigan lost yesterday. And now both Penn State and Iowa are losing today, so they
The Big Ten on the flip side, yeah, it's normally not good. They normally always shit the bed come bowl season. 1st and 10, handoff for a few yards there for Penn State. No Sean Clifford. Christian Veilleux, Canadian crippler himself, in a quarterback for Penn State. And on 2nd and 4 after a 6-yard opening play, pass complete to Parker Washington. It'll be 3rd and inches, it looks like. So I don't know what's up with Clifford right now, but Christian Veilleux in at quarterback, going to try to lead this team to a come from behind win in the Outback Bowl right now. And he'll tuck it and run, and he gets a first down, and he's out past the 30 to 32 for Penn State 1st and 10. I'll take it. No doubt about it. Hell yeah. Noah Kane in at running back as well. But Christian Veilleux in at quarterback for Penn State here. Of course, he played against Rutgers because Clifford started during senior day. He's going to come back again for another year, though. High snap. He hands off 2 yards up the middle, 2nd and 8. Of course, with that extra year of eligibility with last year, the NCAA is giving everybody, there's going to be a few players next year, playing their 6th year, including Sean Clifford. But they're going to have a good quarterback room, no doubt about it. No, but right before Thanksgiving, Clifford was hurt. He was sick. He started, but then Veilleux came in, and then Penn State shut out Rutgers 28-0. Veilleux going to go down on the sack. It'll be 3rd and a mile now. And coming up here, this might be your ball game with 6.5 to play. Penn State down 14 here, and you don't get a new first down. Yeah, you're going to go for it probably, but time's just not going to be on their side because they haven't done a damn thing this second half. Empty set 5 wide, let alone they really didn't even do anything hardly at all in the first half, but they did score a ton unanswered to go up 10-7 at halftime, but have allowed 17 unanswered. So here we are, 24-10, 6:06 and counting to play. Empty set and a timeout. No delay of game. We'll have another timeout by Penn State there. Second, they'll have 1 left with 6:02 to play. And time's just not going to be on their side. Unless somehow they get a first down, this drive stays alive. Yeah, they're probably going to go for it. I mean, you punt. You can't get up the field on defense. They're just going to run the ball and work the clock, and ball game. Game's over. So, that's where we are. But just once again, very frustrating, disappointing. And that's how 2021 for Penn State, if they lose this game here today, is going to be remembered. No doubt about it, especially after the start. And then, like I said, with James Franklin, even with his 10-year extension, that's still going to be questioned. With him as the head coach, that's still going to be questioned as we move into the future. So 3rd and Austin, 3:16 for Penn State from the 24. After another timeout, Veilleux looking to throw. Going to go deep down the middle of the field, and he overthrew Parker Washington, incomplete. 4th down, and triple nickel. Yeah, you got to punt on 4th and 1. You got to punt. You got to get a quick stop on defense, though. Get the hell off the field, stop the run. Get a turnover or two, maybe. Maybe a defense touchdown if you're lucky enough. Maybe comes down to the final play of the game. Maybe you execute it, and I don't know what's up with Clifford there, but Penn State's punt is going to be fair caught at 36-yard line. 1st and 10, Arkansas from there. Up 14 with 5:49 to play. So Penn State, 4 straight drives and nothing to show for it in the second half. Whether it be a punt or an interception, just nothing. Don't have a penny in their name. 0. Jack shit.
That's what Penn State has this second half. So 24-10 is their score. Arkansas going to get the ball back. Back to this bowl update real quick. Try to hurry up here. Talk about Auburn being the common opponent. Penn State beat the Tigers, and then they beat Arkansas. Houston beat Auburn 17-13 in the Birmingham Bowl. The First Responder Bowl, as Army won the Armed Forces Bowl. Air Force won the First Responder Bowl over Louisville 31-28. Texas Tech over Mississippi State 34-7 in the Liberty Bowl. Minnesota got the Big Ten on the board with the first bowl win of the season, 18-6. NC State and UCLA, the Holiday Bowl was canceled a few hours prior to the kick. So NC State, your winner there, but technically they didn't win, even by forfeit, because the game was canceled. However, they're going to be awarded the trophy. But that's the thing I didn't get with all these cancellations. As the Sun Bowl made it work with Washington State playing Central Michigan after the Barstool Sports Bowl was canceled, unfortunately, with Boise State backing out. These teams that were still able to play, and the bowls that got canceled, why not, even on short notice, set it up and, just delay the game a day or two and have it be played at a later date and then have that matchup then, rather than, originally what you had scheduled. Because then that gives everybody a chance, and then it only, rather than, hurt the teams that didn't have anything, happen to them and they were able to play, don't cost them not being allowed to play. Like, it's not their fault. Like, the teams that canceled and they backed up because of COVID, that's their problem, not yours. Like, match up, because I'm pretty sure there's an even number. Like, you could have had another 3 bowl games be played, if I'm not mistaken, if not more. So, that's just where we're at. Unfortunately, second straight year, bowl games being canceled, but it just is what it is. Hopefully everyone's doing well and staying safe. But on Wednesday, back from break here, as well, Arkansas 1st and 10. The Pinstripe Bowl was won by Maryland, 54-10 over Virginia Tech. Clemson won the Cheez-It Bowl over Iowa State, 2013. They have now won 10-plus games in 11 straight years. Only Florida State and ongoing with Alabama have done that in college football history. The Fenway Bowl was also canceled. However, Oklahoma, with Bob Stoops as the interim, defeated Oregon in the Valero Alamo Bowl, more so than not known as the bowl game in which neither head coach wants to coach us anymore. So Oklahoma with the win there by 15, 47-32. Arkansas, 1 play, 1 yard. Now they're going to work the clock. They don't have to snap it until about 5 minutes to play. And really, if they can work the clock and get another couple first downs, Penn State only has 1 timeout, this game's going to be over here before too long. Another run up the middle, be 3rd down and 6 from the 40. Penn State only has 1 timeout, so use it wisely. Gonna work the clock some more. We're going to snap it until about 4:22. They get a first down, then we'll just continue to work the clock. Penn State can get off the field. Maybe they call a timeout here, and then they'll have none. Under 4 to play, down 2 scores, needing to tie it up to force overtime. And that's a lot to ask for when you haven't done jack shit since first half. So that's where we are right now. Big 3rd down here. We'll see what happens. And a first down run. Make it a big first down run down the far side. And an injured in the line. It looks like it's Jalen Reed, number 7. But he is on the white, out of bounds. But unfortunately, it's on the Arkansas side. If it's on the Penn State side, they can keep playing. But they're going to have to take a timeout here. Hopefully he's okay. Just took, of course, big shot there on the tackle. Be 1st and 10. I guess it might be a collarbone or shoulder injury. Sam Pittman giving Franklin a heads up.
you got to respect Sam Pittman. You know, he's a blue-collar guy. Arkansas is a blue-collar team, as is Penn State. And surprisingly, as mentioned earlier, first ever meeting between these two in football. But just every dog has its day, and Penn State just hasn't done enough. They haven't. You know, this is going to be the third game, and they're 1-1 in the other two, in which they didn't score more than 20 points. You know, they're averaging about 25, 26 points a game, Penn State is. Arkansas is averaging about 30, 32. So, I mean, a 14-point lead, regardless of the score. You've done enough to get to this point with 4:15 to play, another new set of downs. Continue to run the football and work the clock, and Arkansas is going to win this Outback Bowl, it seems like. On Thursday, the Mayo Bowl, South Carolina beat North Carolina 38-21, and then Shane Beamer, the son of the Virginia Tech great, and Frank Beamer, they played Beamer ball and won 7 games in a bowl game in his first season at the helm of the Gamecocks. And then he got dumped with mayo rather than water. As Dabo Swinney actually the night prior got dumped with Cheez-Its in the Cheez-It Bowl. How about Sam Pittman or James Franklin? How about we... well, I'm not even going to say what I'm going to say there, but now Bloomin' Onions has the dish to be dumped on the... we got a false start, 5 yards, I'll replay down. Dumped on the game-winning coach. Now, Franklin needs, like... as he likes to talk, you know, all talk and then, you know, this, like, come on. He needs a little talking to. He does. They shouldn't have given him an extension. They shouldn't have. They were scared, and that's why they did it. Because they didn't want him to leave. Because they didn't want to go out and, you know, have to pay somebody else to, even with that buyout money from wherever he would have went to, use that to go out and get somebody. They didn't want to have to start over. They want to continue to do what they're doing. But recently, it hasn't been much. Well, they think there's candidates out there or not. Believe me, there is. And I've been over this numerous times, and I said it earlier. So if you're just not tuning in, I'm not even going to go there. I'll stop, said my piece. Just go back and listen. There's 5 potential candidates. Because, hell, as I said during the Michigan State game in the loss there, in the snow, he signs a 10-year extension. He can still leave whenever the hell he feels like it. Now, if you fire him, earliest you're going to do that is after like 2025, 2026, because the buyout is going to be very large from now until then. Okay? And why would anybody want to pay him to, you know, take over their program with what he's doing here at Penn State, which is good, but it hasn't been much recently. It hasn't. And once again in a bowl game, they're going to fucking lose. Penn State's 51st all-time bowl game today. They've won 30. They're in the top 5 nationally and first in the rankings in the Big Ten in bowl wins. But it's win-loss, win-loss, win-loss in bowl games. There's no consistency with anything under James Franklin. There's not. It's a sad truth, but it's the truth. They rely on the defense too much, and they don't have a running game. It's one little thing here or there, and if they can fix that, well, guess what? Something else is going to go wrong, just knowing how things have gone. But if they can do, you know, they're right there. They are. That's why it's so frustrating at times. Under 3 to play, 1st and 10 from the 18. Hornsby in at quarterback, and he's going to keep it, but tackled for a loss in the backfield. Sack by number 56 and Amin Vanover. So a lot of new names today, of course, all the opt-outs. But, in the next year, defensively, I mean, hell, they're going to lose everybody after this game today for the most part that opted out anyway. So, a little bit of a jump start there, and then, you'll have spring ball and spring game, and then in fall camp and next year, of course. But as Woo Pig Suey and SEC chants storm down from the crowd, Arkansas is 2 minutes away from winning the Outback Bowl against Penn State. 2nd and 17, they hand off. And 2nd and 17, and they run on a misdirection near side, and they get an 18-yard run. Jesus Christ. So next year, even with, and Jez Luqueta's had a quiet second half. They really missed Ebiketie along with Tangelo, Brooks, Smith. Castro Fields didn't address. Jaquan Brisker, even though Jair Brown had 2 interceptions. Parker Washington stepped up once again without Jahan Dotson, as did Keandre Lambert Smith. They don't have a running game compared to Arkansas, and no running game compared to Arkansas, but not even going to tight ends either. So, Arkansas is going to deserve to win, and Penn State in the end. As a Penn State fan myself, it sucks to say, but Penn State's going to deserve to lose this game because, other than what they showed to score 10 unanswered to go up 10-7 at halftime, Arkansas, as they'll take a delay of game, Penn State with no more timeouts, can't stop the clock, 1:13 to play. Pittman's going to get Gatorade bath here before too long. He's the right man for the job. They're going to get 9-4. Penn State going to drop to 7-6. Penn State here gets shut out in the second half, allowing 17 unanswered, and the loss. First and goal. Here come a final few kneel downs. We're going to get into continuing to update bowl season here with the games from Thursday, yesterday, and today, and what's still to come in a second. But under a minute to play. Unfortunately, it's a shame it has to end like this. Very frustrating and disappointing season for the Penn State Lions, especially how it started. But under 40 seconds to play, one final kneel down here. You can call the Hogs, Woo Pig Suey. Arkansas is going to win the Outback Bowl over Penn State by your final score of 24-10. So, just as both James Franklin and your game-winning head coach and Sam Pittman shake hands, Arkansas, final 10 seconds tick off. They win their first New Year's Day Bowl since the 2000 Cotton Bowl. I can't believe I just said that. We've all gotten so used to saying 20 whatever when we were so used to saying 2000 whatever. Sam Pittman post-game interview. First time Arkansas has won on January the 1st in 22 years. Proud of the state, proud of the kids. Congrats to Arkansas. They played better than Penn State did, and they deserve to win, no doubt about it. And early it did feel like a Penn State road game at Arkansas from Raymond James Stadium in Tampa for this bowl game for the crowd. And they're going to go home happy. Penn State, well, have to move on, and we'll see what happens. Yeah, they shut them out in the second half. They played 10 times better. They cracked down on defense. They continue to bring pressure, and then they did adjust accordingly. They cracked down in the middle of the defense. That really wasn't there at third and fourth quarter whatsoever. Whatchamacallit, Clifford made some plays. I don't know what was up with him there late. Christian Veilleux got one drive and they punt, and then Arkansas ran the clock for 5.5 minutes and closed it out. So Penn State didn't even get another chance to touch it by any means. But running game, it's been that talk all season long. Go Hogs, says Sam Pittman. Go Hogs is right. Woo Pig Sue. Arkansas wins it over Penn State, unfortunately, 24-10 in the Outback Bowl. And there's John Daly celebrating with the head coach. Arkansas's back. They are. I said it earlier, and you don't believe me, and you can just say I'm saying this, to say it now. No, since I've started YouTube and all the videos and streaming and all that, Arkansas has been one of the, especially the past 2 years under Pittman. It was tough there late under Bielema and Chad Morris. One of the most fun teams to watch. And, I mean, yeah, they're in a tough conference. They're in a tough division in the SEC and the SEC West. As on ESPN2, we'll sign off any Arkansas fans, as I won't watch the celebration because Penn State just lost. I'm not going to hurt myself, make myself feel bad even more. They're going to take us to whatever the hell's coming up next. Looks like some UFC. We're going to put on, I guess, ESPN on the main TV now, because even with WWE Day 1 later on tonight, which I'll have live watch-along reactions as well. Of course, you got the Rose and Sugar Bowl. Still to come following this Fiesta Bowl. And then the Citrus Bowl coming down to the wire with Kentucky and Iowa. Notre Dame leads Oklahoma State 28-21. Whereas with the Wildcats and Hawks, your score there is, in fact, 13-10. So Penn State, for the first time all season long, loses by more than 10 points. They lose by 14. So they're 7-6. They'll finish 7-6 once again under James Franklin. Finished 7-6 and 14, and 7-6 and 15. And we all know what happened in 16. 2-2 start after losses to Pitt and Michigan. They beat Minnesota in overtime. A month or so later, they blocked the kick against Ohio State and go on and win the Big Ten East and win the Big Ten, and then trip to Pasadena for the Rose Bowl before they lost to USC on a game-winning field goal. And then, I mean, consistency in bowl games, yes, but once they start winning, they don't know how to maintain, and it's just up and down. It's a roller coaster. And I really don't even know where the hell to begin. I don't. Because there still is a lot to talk about. So I'm going to try to keep this as short and sweet as I possibly can. But you know me, I'm going to ramble. I'm going to say a lot more here before we sign off. Just once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. When you lose, you say little. When you win, you say less. But just very frustrating, for Penn State, no doubt about it. Very, very, very frustrating. No, but we're going to have, as we've had on with these three, going to just flip the one over to the other TV. With ESPN, Fiesta Bowl, Rose Bowl, and Sugar Bowl still to come. We got Notre Dame on top of Oklahoma State, 28-21. And then Kentucky leads Iowa 13-10. So all the visitors losing or have lost. So as we begin this new year, Happy New Year, everyone, once again. Penn State now hasn't won, and this will be true until they win again early next year at some point in time, since it's Saturday before Thanksgiving. And for football, that's tough, especially when you have a game in the regular season, and then you also go to a bowl game. Because it's going to be a very, very long off season now for Penn State football. Of course, recruiting is going to wrap up following the early signing day, and then the second one's still to come the first Wednesday
in February next month. A month actually from tomorrow on Groundhog Day, as it's felt like that almost now the past 2 years. In the past 2 years, Penn State football, they've been average. They have, sad truth, but it's truth. And it's because they have no running game. They rely on the defense too much, and they have no running game. And, they pulled Clifford late. I don't know if he was injured by any means. Don't want to speculate. Vayu, came in for a series there. They punt, and then Arkansas ran the clock out because they were able to run the football and, work the clock the whole entire game. Pull up some final stats and scores here in a second. But, just for Penn State football this season in 2021, last year was tough after a 0-5 start. And then, they win 4 in a row, declined to go to a bowl game because of COVID. I thought they, still should have, but they didn't. And then, a 9-game winning streak into early this year, starting at 5-0 this year. And then 3 in a row. They've really only won, 2 of their last 8 games since the middle of October? How pathetic is that? How pathetic is that? That just, doesn't necessarily blow my mind with how they played, but at the same time it does because, like I said, coming in today and with the 14-point loss against Arkansas in the Outback Bowl here, largest margin of defeat against any of the 6 losses this year. Less than 9, and then 4 of those 5 are less than 4 they lost. It's 1-score games. It's one thing here, one thing there. Just imagine they have a running game. Arkansas controlled the clock, 35-23 in that category. Total rushing, go back to, for the most part, when Penn State once again couldn't stop the Illinois rushing attack, and then that game, of course, went on overtime, so they still lost somehow. They give up over 300-plus yards rushing today, which is absolutely pathetic. Something's got to happen. At this point, I don't even really care. We all know, unfortunately, it's not going to be James Franklin leaving anytime soon because he just signed an extension. And everything in college football and the coaching carousel has, in fact, been filled. Now, Penn State could. I know they won't. Pull whoever you want to fill in the blank with, and whether it be with cause or not, do the late postseason firing and then bring in somebody and restart. But why the hell would you do that when you just signed them before the end of the regular season? It's because they were scared. It's because they were scared they didn't want them to walk. They didn't want to have to pay them, which they wouldn't have had to anyway. They'd be getting paid by whoever would buy them out, use that buyout money to, go out and hire whoever the hell they're going to hire. And I said my piece on that before, but here we go again. Matt Rule, Luke Fickell, Matt Campbell, Joe Moorhead, and Bill O'Brien. Those 5 in that particular order is honestly right now who I'd rather have as my Penn State head football coach. I would. I've said it all year, at least from late October on, because that's normally when it picks up. Last year is a little later, mid-November, because the season started later. But it's 2 straight years. And it's been the same candidates to an extent, minus a few because they've either stayed put or wound up elsewhere. But, just if they can get over that hump, they're right there again. They are. That's why it's so frustrating. They're going to be young on defense next year, no doubt about it. If sign to come with what defense is going to look like with how they played late in this game here today, that's not so good. I think next year, no doubt about it, the offense is going to be a little bit better than the defense will compared to this year. It's going to flip. And they're going to have to find a running game because if they continue to run or rely, on the defense not being able to run the football,
and the defense is going to be worse next year. What is this year? And they finished at 7-6. Yeah, get ready for 2022. All right. Yeah, no thanks. But it's going to be a long off season, long dog days of summer. Believe me. And then you get that itch, you know, right before fall camp starts, right after the 4th. Okay, football season's right around the corner. You know, hopefully they can be better than they were last year. You know, who's playing this position? Who's playing that position? Because that's the thing. Franklin can recruit, and they have another top 5 recruiting class right now. And early signing day was a few weeks. So we'll get into those names now officially because we can here in a second. Man, it's just, even with all that, you know, they still, because the game's not decided on paper, it's decided on the field. They can't find ways, not necessarily to win that big game, because they have at points in time, but not many times. And as an example, James Franklin, to me, just off the top of my head, I'm sure there's a, you know, few other, you know, head coaches, and this will be a nice segue back into recapping this college football bowl season as well. Very similar in with, how should I put this? One of these other 2 bowl games that both involved Big Ten schools, okay, Wisconsin, Michigan, but Wisconsin's opponent in Arizona State, okay, Herm Edwards, Sun Devil head coach, after he came out of retirement. Of course, he was known as the Jet and Chief head coach in the NFL for a long time. And actually coached, of course, Larry Johnson with Kansas City, which it's going to be hard to believe now for myself this year in 2022, with as young as I am, but now watching football for at least 20 plus years. So put that number beside that. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all, but it is what it is. It's life. You know, we're all getting older, whether we like it or not. Penn State's going to get younger, though, on defense. Get a little older on offense. Leadership is, you know, one of the words I keep coming around to with Penn State. Of course, Mike Yurcich is still going to be there as the OC, unless, of course, he decides to leave for another job, which I doubt that'll happen. Not right now, at least. Potentially, though. But then, you know, Brent Pry left for Virginia Tech to take over as head coach, so Manny Diaz coming in as defense coordinator. But, you know, first off, with Franklin here, compare him to one of Herm Edwards' assistants and Marvin Lewis. Marvin Lewis with the Bengals. You know, the Bengals, as they are right now, even without him, in the playoff picture, winning the regular season, but you get to the playoffs, there's a lot of coaches. Just using him as an example. First come to mind, like I said, and then a good segue into the bowl season update once again, recapping these games. And if you can, you know, think of anyone else, let me know, of course, in the comments below. And once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. But, you know, and I'm not being racist by any means in that regard either. I'll throw that out there. You know how people are anymore. Take things too fucking serious. Say something the wrong way to them and flip shit on you. No, just that's sort of what James Franklin is to Penn State right now. I feel like it is, you know? Like, he can talk the talk, but I mean, he has been able to walk the walk. He has, but I mean, man, come on. Still, it's just, as we know it as much as they do, it could be 10 times better than what it is, you know? But then it's also very similar very, very similar to with what was going on with the Michigan Wolverines last year. And there's a lot of talk. Okay, fire Jim Harbaugh, blah, blah, blah. You knew that never was going to happen to begin with, and he'd never leave his alma mater to go back to the NFL. And then this year, they win the Big Ten, and they go to the college football playoff. So I'm not saying, you know, even though that's what, of course, like to happen for Penn State at some point in time, because it's getting to the point where, you know, you need to quit settling for being mediocre and get back to being the blue blood that you are with your black shoes, basic blues, no names, and all game. We are Penn State as always, but it's just frustrating as all hell. Very, very frustrating. I'm just using that as a comparison. And, from one team to another, history repeats itself as well. They, today, in the end, did not do enough to deserve to win. Let alone, in the game, yeah, they deserved to be there. Even though it was a little bit surprised they even went to the Outback Bowl. But on the field today, they didn't do enough. They didn't. No running game. They couldn't stop. And I said it at the start. Go back in my notes here. I'll read you exactly what I have wrote down. Give me a second. Let me find it. Here we go. Penn State is going to have to be able to run the football and stop the run in order to win. Did they do that today? No. Once again, Jesus Christ, looking down at these stats for the first time since we've hit a final score. When you're starting quarterback, how many times do I have to say this? When you're at any level of football, when your starting quarterback leads your team in rushing, KJ Jefferson did, but they won. But Arkansas also had 2 running backs with a total of about 25 carries and 150 plus rushing yards. They, as a team, had 353 rushing yards. KJ Jefferson, 20 carries, 110 yards rushing and a touchdown. Raheem Sanders, 13 carries, 79 rushing, and 2 touchdowns. Dominique Johnson, 11 carries, 77 yards rushing. Hell, Malik Hornsby, the backup fucking quarterback, had 4 carries, 67 yards rushing. And A.J. Green, not the wide receiver, but this Arkansas A.J. Green had 4 carries, 26 yards rushing. When you're starting quarterback, Penn State, along with everybody else that, in the end, when this happens and then you lose, lead your team in total yards rushing, you got a major problem. Sean Clifford had 12 carries, 46 yards rushing, whereas Kevon Lee had 4 carries, 35 yards rushing. Noah Kane, 5 carries, 28 yards rushing. Hell, Parker Washington had 2 end-arounds for 12 yards. Run the damn ball, please, and thank you. But when you can't stop it, this is how it is, and you're in a hole. Good luck getting out, and just, I'm sick and tired of it. It's frustrating. It is. It's like, how the hell do you not have a running game? They sort of did, but not really. Clifford made a few plays late, no doubt about it. Keep him in it, but then he threw a pick. They score on that drive. He had 2 men open on that play. They score on that drive, it's a whole new game. Arkansas might still win. But with how it finished, able to get off the field on defense for the most part the whole entire game until they were able to run the clock out, a whole new ball game, different story right now maybe. But it's not. because they couldn't run the football. You run the football to pass. You pass to run. You have a running game. The rest of the offensive playbook opens itself up. You play as good enough defense as you have all year, for God's sakes. Defense keeping in the damn game, relying on them too damn much. You're going to win. You are going to win. Special teams this year was atrocious. Missed at least one kick in every game. No returns whatsoever. At least turnover margin, they were good enough in that category. But today, even with Sean Clifford throwing 2 interceptions, Arkansas didn't capitalize, so they're lucky off of that, no doubt about it. Talk about special teams with those field goals. You know, they missed the one, and then, of course, they were going to kick it, whether they were or not. They ran that wild fake punt that didn't go their way. Arkansas had turnovers as well. In the end, they weren't able to capitalize. If they were able to capitalize off of those two, turnovers, back to what I said about turnovers. Back in my notes, around the same time here. Penn State, once again, Penn State is going to have to be able to run the football and stop the run in order to win. Did they do that? No, and they lost. And then turnovers, along with special teams, which really wasn't a factor, but turnovers will also be key and potentially the difference once we're done here in a few short hours. Well, here we are a few short hours later, and turnovers. They weren't able to capitalize. Neither teams were, but if Penn State, I'm just saying, hypothetically, were able to, which they weren't, they couldn't do jack shit though on offense anyway in the second half. It might, but it's not, be a whole new ballgame. Arkansas deserved to win and Penn State deserved to lose. I hate saying it because it sucks, believe me. I can't even believe I'm allowing myself to say it and allowing it to come out of my mouth right now. But that's just how it is. 24-10, once again, your final score if you're just now tuning in. But, just... very frustrating. 2021 Penn State football season equals disappointment and frustration. That's your headline into 2022. How do you build off of this now moving ahead? That's what I'd be interested in seeing. And it all, of course, starts up front. Of course, you could still have a few assistants move on. Maybe there's somebody else out there, better to fill spots if you are, in fact, going to do that. Because there's, and with all the opt-outs, there's no I in team. Like, obviously, okay, yeah, having Jahan Dotson would have been nice today. But Arkansas didn't have Traylon Burks, and they won. Arkansas didn't have a defensive player either. Penn State didn't have a few more defensive players, no doubt about it. And they still won, but the holes were, no doubt about it on defense. Just imagine if they would have played too, Could be the same outcome. Could be a little closer than what it was. Could be totally different for all we know. But we're not ever going to know because that's not how the way it played out. This is how it ended. So it's just on to 2022. I mean, you leave this behind you, you forget about it, but you learn from your mistakes. You got to build off of this somehow because next season's going to be here before we know it, which we're going to get into the schedule here and all that, what's to come in the future here momentarily. But, man, just as hopefully you can hear and potentially even feel through this audio-only live stream, kick off 2022 with College Football, the Outback Bowl, Penn State and Arkansas, the Hogs beating the Lions by 14, 24-10. My frustration. It's just they played good enough to a point. They did. But it's a 60-minute game. I said it earlier. I remember saying this now. You know, because Arkansas scored to close out the first quarter of 7-0. And then, Penn State scored 10 unanswered, led 10-7 at halftime. 6-2 make it 6-3 now when they lead at halftime, but still winless when they trail at the end of the third quarter. That, not necessarily what defense bends doesn't break, because both defenses played well. They did. Arkansas has played better late, though. And, I mean, neither of them broke, to be honest with you. Penn State just couldn't stop their run. And they couldn't run on offense. They were still able to get off the field on defense, but they couldn't stop the run. They couldn't run on offense. There's your number one topic in this game. But no, with, of course, it being, a few minutes here, a few minutes there. And then, you still got another half of football to, be played. And in the second half, Arkansas shut out Penn State. And they win it once again, 24-10. So, I mean, there's not really much else to be said. There's not. And it's been like this all season long, with not having a running game and not being able to stop the run. And after a 5-0 start, they win 2 of 8 since the Iowa game. And speaking of Iowa, and speaking of that comparison from earlier, this bowl season, little update right now, both Oklahoma State and Iowa have come back. Pokes tied the Irish at 28 towards the tail end of the third quarter. And with about 4 to play in the Citrus Bowl, Iowa leads Kentucky 17-3. So go Hawks. I myself personally, as a Penn State and Big Ten fan, and you can go listen to my, bowl season preview. I picked Big Ten regardless, for the most part, during bowl season to win. And good start. Now I've lost 3 in a row. Whereas it's flipped for the SEC, slow start, and now they've won 3-4 in a row, if I'm not mistaken. But in the end, the SEC, with the 2 conferences, it's 1A, 1B, in whatever order you want to put it, they're going to win the national championship once again this year anyway, because Alabama's playing Georgia again. And one of those 2 teams just beat up on a Big Ten school last night. Because there was another common, not opponent, but denominator, I guess you could say. Because Penn State beat Auburn beat Arkansas. Arkansas beat Penn State, though, unfortunately, here in the Outback Bowl. Congrats to the Hogs. I'm sure they're celebrating. But, with Arkansas's 4 losses back to that, they lost to 2 teams who are playing each other in the national championship game now. And they should have beat Bama, but they didn't. Got blown out by Georgia. Dogs over the Hogs. I remember watching that game. Remember watching a lot of Arkansas's games this year. And then, a little surprised when this matchup was announced. But happy we got it. Of course, wishing for a better outcome there for the blue and white. But, hey, you win some, you lose some. Why the hell can't you win them all, though? No doubt about it. Just not Penn State's day, because they didn't do enough. No, but with Georgia and Michigan last night, of course. Georgia beat Arkansas. Michigan beat Penn State. But then Georgia just beat Michigan. Yeah. Let me rephrase this. Let me start over. I'm losing my train of thought on that. I'm trying to watch both these endings to the Fiesta and Citrus Bowl as I speak. But Rose and Sugar still to kick off about an hour or so. And then later on tonight with Utah, Ohio State, Baylor, and Ole Miss. And then LSU, Kansas State is the bowl game that's the middle of next week. Which, once again, I don't know why the hell they couldn't have threw that in sometime this past week. But, no. Penn State beat Auburn. Auburn beat Arkansas. Arkansas beat Penn State. And then Georgia beat Arkansas. Michigan beat Penn State. Georgia beat Michigan. I mean, Arkansas is going to be the common opponent for Georgia and Arkansas. As one of them, because, I mean, they're conference foes, how they already faced off. They know each other to begin with, among a few other common teams. But, you know, it's going to be interesting to see who does win the national championship now with Alabama and Georgia. If Alabama can put it to them again for the second time in a month and win another national championship, win back-to-back under Saban again, or if Georgia wins their first natty in, 40 years. But that'll be a week from Monday. I'll have live watch along reactions then, so be sure to tune back in. Okay. Oklahoma State actually takes the lead at the end of the third quarter now, 31-28. Iowa leads Kentucky 17-13. Hell, Penn State couldn't even beat Kentucky in the Citrus Bowl a couple years ago. And Penn State had Iowa right where they wanted them at. Clifford, of course, went down with the injury, and Taquan Roberson stepped in. He was never going to be the answer. He's since transferred. But next year it's going to be Sean Clifford, Christian Veilleux, and then a few incoming freshmen, which, once again, we're going to get to here in a second, so stay tuned. But just a lot of close games. So Penn State's right there. Believe me, they are. This 14-point loss today, largest defeat of the year. Because coming in, the max was 9, and 4 of those 5 were total of, not a total, but by 4 points. The total would have been, if I do math, 3, 5, 14, 18, and 21. So Penn State and 6 losses lost by a total of 35 points this year. That's tough. That's tough. I get that's 5 touchdowns. Okay. But when you lose by 3, you lose by 2. Lose by 9, 4, and 3, and then 14 today in the bowl game. 2 scores today, but you're right there. That's tough. But tough shit. Tough shit. They lose. What can you do? We're fans. We're not coaches or players. So we're not coaching or playing. That's why we're fans, of course. And we can sit here and bitch and complain all we want. They're not going to care. They're going to still do what they want. But if they just find some consistency, and find a running game. Believe me, if they had a running game this year, those 4 or 5 games that they lost by 4 points or less, and then it's really 6 points or less if one of those field goals against Ohio State wasn't good. It's a 1-score game. It's a 1-score game. Believe me, if they have a running game, those losses are probably wins, and they're not, even though they are 7-7-6, they're not 7-7-6. Probably have a 10, 11, fucking 12 win season right now, for God's sakes. And it's not how you start, it's how you finish. 5-0, and then you only win 2 of 8 down the stretch. Give me a fucking break. Just absolutely pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. But I'm still going to be a Penn State fan and bleed blue and white till the day I die. So, man, just... I know I said there's not really much else to be said, but here I am still talking. I mean, I'm just really venting. It's just... And I don't know. You can let me know in the comments below, but I don't know how you feel or how the rest of the nation feels with Penn State losing once again in football. Penn State's a football school, not used to losing like this as much as they have recently. But as I've been known to say, 6 wins, 7 wins, 8 wins, regardless of who you are, you get to a bowl game, that's a good season. So they still had a good season, but it was a very frustrating and disappointing season in the end. Just in the end, it is what it is, yeah. I'll end it on that for the time being. I got more to say, believe me. But we're going to see how these games wrap up here. More so the Citrus Bowl than the Fiesta, because they still got a quarter to play. Now, if I roll through to the end of that game, yeah, I'll know I need to go home way sooner than when I normally do. But speaking of going home, we got a wrestling event tonight as well. And it's WWE Day 1. I'll have live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube in about less than 4 hours or so now. So be sure to tune back in. All you have to do is like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. And hopefully tune back in. Then, along with tomorrow and on Monday and next week and next weekend and the following week and next month and I would say next year, but here we are. Happy New Year. It's 2022. Yeah, hopefully tune back in for more, whether it be college football, NFL, or professional wrestling. I'll have live watch-along reactions live here on YouTube, so be sure to tune back in. But Arkansas defeats Penn State in the Outback Bowl. They are technically your first winner in 2022. Penn State, your first loser, unfortunately. Losing sucks. It does. And then when it becomes a trend, it sucks even more. At least I'm not a fucking Brown or a Lion fan. I'm a Nittany Lion fan, but not a Detroit Lion fan or a Cleveland Brown fan. I'm a Penn State and Pittsburgh Steelers fan, so... shouldn't even throw the Lions in there. We'll throw the Jets or the Jags, because the Lions right now in the NFL, they're better than what the record shows. And just as Sam Pittman is, I feel, the right guy for the job for Arkansas, he's clearly shown that. I feel Dan Campbell is going to be the right man for the Motown Circus up there in Detroit. But, yeah, tough one for Penn State again. No doubt about it. Very, very tough loss. In the end, once again, didn't do enough. Deserve in order to win. And, we'll see what the future holds. I could really, right now, dive deep, which I'm going to try to hold off on that. I'll, to an extent, dive into 2022 right now. But, we still got a lot of time from now until next season does, in fact, begin. Because, of course, like I said, recruiting wrapping up. We'll see how they work the transfer portal this offseason like they did this past year. Because especially on defense, a few of the playmakers this year were, incoming talent from other schools after the end of last year. So, and then of course some of them played today and some of them didn't. But what can you do? No, but then you'll have spring ball and spring game, long dog days of summer, and 22 season will be here before we know it. But no, we're going to update this College Football Bowl season, continue at least from where I just left off before I forget. So, ongoing, Kentucky has the ball. They score a touchdown. They're going to win this game. They're down by 4, 17-13 against Iowa in the Citrus Bowl. About 2.5 to play. But then in the Fiesta Bowl, just started the fourth quarter, Oklahoma State's up by 3. Make it 10. They just scored again. Actually, there's a fumble in the end zone and Notre Dame recovers it. So keep it at a 3-point lead, 31-28 and touchback. They'll have to take a look at that and review it, no doubt about it. That's close. So right now, as Arkansas just defeated Penn State in the Outback Bowl, 24-10 your final score. In the Fiesta Bowl, Oklahoma State leads Notre Dame 31-28, and Iowa leads Kentucky 17-13 in Citrus Bowl. Utah, Ohio State, less than an hour now from Pasadena, the Granddaddy Mall, in the Rose Bowl. Sugar Bowl, Baylor, Ole Miss later on tonight. So during WWE Day 1, with the live stream then later on tonight, live watch along reactions, be sure to tune back in. We'll have College Football with the closing of the Rose Bowl, and then Sugar Bowl to kick off with, remember, the NHL Winter Classics tonight too, and then of course the pay-per-view. I believe that's it, right? Yeah, pay-per-view, football, and hockey. And then more football tomorrow, just NFL. And then after today, there's only 3 more postseason college football games, including the FCS National Championship game next Saturday. Yeah, you got 1 bowl game next week, that, and the National Championship game a week from Monday. Of course, you'll have your All-Star games. Those are going to be, rather than late January, now early February next month this year because of the expanded NFL regular season. The playoffs are going to kick off 2 weeks from now. And then we'll be on the road to the Super Bowl. Super Bowl 56, Valentine's Day weekend, Sunday night, February the 13th. But as WWE has Day 1 tonight, they'll have the Royal Rumble at the end of the month, and then we'll be on the road to WrestleMania, and then come April, just prior to Penn State Spring Game, we'll have WrestleMania 38. But, yeah, more live watch-along reactions live on YouTube later on tonight with WWE Day 1, and then really whatever the hell else is on. And for the most part, that's football and some other sporting events. But, okay. Yes, Arkansas beat Penn State 24-10. Oklahoma State leading Notre Dame 31-28. Iowa 17-13 on top of Kentucky. Those are your Fiesta and Citrus Bowls. Utah, Ohio State, and Baylor, Ole Miss, Rose, and Sugar Bowls still to come today. We left off, though, and we really don't have much more to recap here, but fit this in. I know I'm going to talk more about this probably a week from Monday anyway. Kentucky actually just scored to take the lead, so Iowa's going to have to do something with a little or no time left to win the game. Yeah, he's down there. Okay. Going to be goal to go around the 1.5, 2 yard line, it looks like. So now if I'm Kentucky, of course, you want to score, but you want to work some clock. But, no, we left off on Thursday. It was South Carolina winning the Mayo Bowl over North Carolina 38-21. And then the Big Ten with a 3-game sweep with Purdue, Michigan State, and Wisconsin all winning their respective bowl games. Purdue in overtime defeating Tennessee. I'm surprised Vol fans weren't throwing golf balls and mustard bottles on the field as they were against their former head coach Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss earlier this year because of how the officiating was in that game. But boiler up on top of Rocky Top from Music City, Nashville, Tennessee, in this year's, well, technically the 2021 Music City Bowl. And we are in 2022. Purdue defeats Tennessee 48-45 in overtime on a game-winning field goal. Michigan State came back and won the Peach Bowl over Pitt, 31-21. And then Wisconsin beat Arizona State in the Las Vegas Bowl, 2013. Yesterday, New Year's Eve and a New Year's Day, as it was good for the Big Ten earlier this week, since then, it's been all downhill. They've now lost 3 in a row, potentially 4. If Iowa blows this against Kentucky, Wildcats got a goal to go from the 1. We'll see what happens here. Got a false start first off, so they're going to have to replay it down. All right, we'll move on here in the meantime. The Gator Bowl was yesterday. Yeah, Wake Forest, as Rutgers replaced Texas A&M, who pulled out because of COVID. The Demon Deacons beat the Scarlet Knights 38-10. Central Michigan in the their great Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl, replacing actually Miami, as mentioned earlier. Manny Diaz now Penn State's defense coordinator after being fired. Mark Cristobal, new head coach there. We're going to dive deep into the coaching carousel with, of course, what's happened the past few weeks as well. A week from Monday during the national championship game, so stay tuned for that. But no, Central Michigan originally was supposed to play in the Barstool Sports Arizona Bowl against Boise State. So they go from Tucson, rather than go back home to Kalamazoo. Or no, they're not located in Kalamazoo. That's Western Michigan. Central Michigan's in Central Michigan. They're in the central part of the state, as is Penn State right here in central Pennsylvania. Kentucky scores. They retake the lead. And extra point going to be, if it's good, a 3-point lead then for the Wildcats. So all Iowa's going to need is a field goal to tie it for us. Every time touchdown wins it. But ABC, turn on ABC, Citrus Bowl come down the wire, as it did a couple years ago with Penn State and Kentucky in this very game on New Year's. No, but rather than going home, they just made a pit stop in El Paso, right on the border there, in the Sun Bowl, and came back and beat Washington State 24-21. The college football playoff was also yesterday. Alabama defeated Cincinnati 27-6, and Georgia defeated Michigan 34-11. And now it'll be Alabama, Georgia once again, another rematch for the national championship game. A week from Monday night, January the 10th, 2022. Happy New Year, everyone. So, where to go from here? How to end this? Well, for the blue and white, unfortunately, not the outcome any of us, them included, would have wanted today. Losing sucks. And it's been a trend as of late. There's no consistency, once again, as mentioned. No running game. They couldn't stop the run. I've talked about that, how much this season, let alone today. So I won't say any more about that for the time being. They're going to have to, learn from their mistakes and fix what needs fixing. It's just, in my eyes right now, as the 2020 season for Penn State is going to be remembered as the COVID-shortened season. The 2021 campaign for the Blue and White is going to be remembered as as of late at least, one of the most frustrating and disappointing seasons that I can recall in Penn State football history. A 5-0 start and then a 2-8 finish down the stretch. So, man, or not a 2-8 finish. I can't even do math. That's 15 games. They played 13 games. 2-6 finish, excuse me. Yeah. They've won twice since the beginning of November. 3 times since the beginning of October. Yeah, it was a 5-0 start, 3-game losing streak, and then a 500 November. Yeah. Winning 1, 2 of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So, just very frustrating, disappointing 2021 season for Penn State. But that's why you play the games. It's not side on paper, side on the field. It's not high start, side finish. And down the stretch, they weren't able to get it done in close games. Not necessarily winning the big game. Close games. Close games, folks. Close games. Once again, largest margin defeat today, 14. Before then, entering today, Max was 9, and 4 of those 5 were 4 or less. One score games. So yeah, 7-6 your final record for the blue and white this year. And here we go again. They lose another bowl game. Franklin, if I'm not mistaken, that's 3-4 in 7 bowl games for Penn State. In his 8th, about to be 9th year, the lone error, no bowl game, was last year because they declined, even though they should have still went, but they didn't. But hell, looking back on that, if they would have went, the game probably would have got fucking canceled anyway, just as many games did last year, and once again are again this year. So, I mean, a lot of stuff, you know, because you can only control what you can control. And, you know, it's out of our hands. It's just hard to watch. It's tough. You know, especially, I'm not, you know, giving a sob story by any means, but it's just whether you're putting your money into it or your time and effort, and, you know, the results aren't going, you know, your way. But hell, who the hell am I to speak? You know, like, they're the ones out there coaching and playing, but they're still not getting the job done. And that's why I said, as even with James Franklin's, you know, 10-year extension, that's going to get even more questioned, more so than now not than I think ever before. And at the same time, he can still leave whenever the hell he wants. And more power to him. We'll make sure to give him a swift kick on the ass on the way out. Because like I said before, I feel right now, even though, you know, he has been a good coach, he's a better recruiter than he is a coach. You know, if you can get a good coach in there with all the talent and coach him up, and, you know, you're going to be better off in the long run. But of course, that's not going to end anytime soon. But yeah, I feel, as I've named off before, once again with Matt Roll, Luke Fickell, Matt Campbell, at least those last 2 or 3 don't look like they're going anywhere anytime soon. And then Joe Moorhead and Bill O'Brien as well. Moorhead just got the Akron job. O'Brien's probably going to get back into coaching as a head coach somewhere next year in the NFL, as he's the Alabama offensive coordinator right now. They got one more game in the national championship game, a week from Monday against Georgia, in a rematch from the SEC title game last month. And Matt Roll might be on his way out of Carolina, but you know, we'll see what happens there. But once again, than James Franklin, I feel Matt Roll, Luke Fickell, Matt Campbell, Joe Moorhead, and Bill O'Brien, because they can recruit too. You know, you get the right guys in there, you can win as many games as you want. You know, name the games to win, because all anybody ever remembers is whether you won or lost. And there's been more losing right here in Happy Valley, and it's not so happy once again. There's been more losing than winning as of late. There has, past 2 years. About 500, which that ain't cutting it. And I think Franklin knows, even with his 10-year extension, yeah, that saved him some time. Bought him some time. It's going to save his ass for the time being. That's what I should say. He knows if he doesn't get it together quick or sometime soon, he's going to be on the outs. Because if he wants to get the fuck run out of town, we'll run him the fuck out of town. And he can take his ass back to Vandy, where the hell he'd end up at. So, just Kentucky going to win the Citrus Bowl, so another Big Ten team going to lose. Iowa blows it at the end of the game, just as Penn State did against them, and then that's when all this shit started. 5-0, and then 2-6 down the stretch. Kentucky wins the Citrus Bowl once again for the second time in what? 3 years? 4 years? Defeating Penn State and Iowa in the process of doing so. So, I believe now both the Big Ten and SEC in the bowl standings, they're both right there together, 500 5-4, 5-5 for both of them, somewhere in there. But congrats to Kentucky, or Keon Tucky. Mark Stoops defeating his alma mater as well. That has to be proud accomplishment for him. And then both Stoops brothers, of course, Bob interim for Oklahoma. He just won another fucking bowl game. So, yeah, I mean, what else can you say? Honestly, what can you say? I've been on here now for however long it's been. I don't even know. And all season long, of course, just want to say thank you for tuning in and listening. But just, yeah, tough for Penn State. Very tough for Nick Lions. I think I'm probably taking it harder on myself than I am anything else, because I know as much as they do, and, you know, everyone else included in between, that they could be playing 10 times better than they are right now. And that's the disappointing, frustrating part about it. Whether it's because they can't do this or that or whatever, you know, it's with us, let alone them, knowing they could be playing better, but they're not. And they're losing more than they are winning right now. That's tough. But tough shit, they lose. You know, what can you do about it? 24-10, your final score as Arkansas wins it. And they are, in fact, your Outback Bowl champions. So congrats. As I'm sure they're calling the Hogs, Woo Pig Suey, on their way back to Fayetteville. So, yeah, like I said, I'm sure they're celebrating. Sam Pittman probably said, turn that damn jukebox on. And I mean, they were able to walk the line against Penn State today. They were. I mean, 17 unanswered in the second half has to speak for something, and shutting them out in the third and fourth quarter as well. And like I said, Arkansas deserved to win where Penn State deserved to lose. Penn State, as a Penn State fan myself, you know, I said at the start, and I'll say it again. In the running game, you can't run the football and you can't stop it. Or if you can run the football and you can stop the run, you're going to win. But if you can't run it and can't stop it, which they couldn't, you lose, and they lost. So, yeah, Arkansas is going to kick off the new year with a Outback Bowl win. They'll now be awarded, as we all will be, I do believe. They really didn't say much today in the game. They normally do, of course, with the sponsor being Outback. It's always the next day or that Monday. It just depends on, you know, when New Year's is. And, of course, today's Saturday. So your typical college football Saturday, and then Happy New Year as well. You know, Outback always gives out those free bloomin' onions with, I believe, an entree purchase or whatever the hell it is. You know, I don't know. I don't really eat at Outback a lot. More of a Texas Roadhouse person myself, but a steakhouse is a steakhouse if it's good. If it's bad, that's a different story, and I'm not going to go there. But I'm sure if, you know, Arkansas could fry up some lion, they are. I mean, of course, Penn State would be liking to fry up some bacon right now, but of course that's not going to happen. I mean, you still can, but I mean, rather than, I guess, drink your sorrows away after last night and then now into the new year, I mean, maybe just go to town and eat a whole hog. Eat as much bacon as you possibly can. I don't know. No, but yeah, Arkansas is going to kick off the new year with an Outback Bowl win. Penn State with a loss. But in the end, we're all going to get free bloomin' onions. Would have liked those to have been topped with bacon bits with the Penn State win, but that's not going to happen either. But yeah, those are on the house. So be sure to drive your Subaru Outback. If you don't have one, well, go find one. Do what you got to do. Drive that to your local Outback Steakhouse and park it out back. They'll bring it right to you. Arkansas, they didn't necessarily take Penn State Outback, keyword Outback with the Outback Bowl, if you haven't caught on. All jokes aside, not necessarily behind the woodshed, by any means. I mean, Penn State had the Hogs squealing there for a little bit, 10-7. And then, they were growling back, but nothing to show for it. And in the end, at the end of the day, the Hogs, whether tamed or wild or a boar or Wilbur or fucking pig, Arkansas, they win the Outback Bowl. 24-10 your final score over Penn State. And I thought the difference was up front. It was the running game. It was Penn State not being able to run the football compared to the Hogs. And turnovers aside, because nobody was able to capitalize. Penn State wasn't able to run the football and they weren't able to stop it. And that's why they lost. And that's why they've lost, for the most part, if not all these 6 games they've lost to finish at 7-6 this year. Not having a running game is what killed them. All season long, from top to bottom, start to finish, and anywhere in between. You want to go back and talk about this game, or that game. I'm going to tell you, it was the running game. They need to run the damn ball. But they can't, and they, once again, couldn't stop it. So, what else is there to say? Not much. But, of course, as always, thank you for tuning in and listening. Always greatly appreciated. Thank you for being a friend and traveling down this road. And back again with myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Go and Luke. 96, live right here on YouTube, all Penn State football season long. Always greatly appreciated. Like I said, whether it be with that 5-0 start, Wisconsin, Ball State, Auburn, Villanova, Indiana, or the 3-game losing streak in October with the bye week in between with Iowa, Illinois, Ohio State, and then a 500 final month of the season into November, defeating Maryland, losing to Michigan, defeating Rutgers, and also losing to Michigan State before they're invited to the Outback Bowl once again. And for the 5th time all time in program history now in this bowl game, after a 3-0 start, they've lost 2 in a row. Arkansas, first ever Outback Bowl, they win it. And in their first ever Florida Bowl game in 15 years, they win it. And they win their first New Year's Day bowl game in 20 years. Make it 22 years, back to 2000. So you got to give credit where credit's due, and congratulations to Arkansas from Penn State's point of view. Penn State's fan point of view, and myself. And once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. But, whether it be, like I said, from the start, in the middle, or the end, of course, they got invited to this bowl game. They lose. They've lost 2 in a row. Because the Outback Bowl for Penn State, they beat Auburn in the first ever Outback Bowl back 25 years ago. And they also beat Kentucky and Tennessee. And they lost to Florida and Arkansas now. So, in this first ever meeting with Penn State and Arkansas, at some point in time, which I know will never happen, I mean, schools really, because Arkansas really could be in the Big Ten, to be honest with you, because they're right there in the Midwest. But they're more so in the South, in the Southwest, former SWAC team, now in the SEC, than they are anywhere else. So, maybe a home and home. Maybe they meet again in a bowl game at some point in time down the line. But, just as Justin Moore would say, I could kick your ass. Arkansas didn't do that to Penn State, but they still won. So, ass kicking aside, a win's a win. 24-10, once again, your final score. So, yeah, always great appreciated. Like I said, whether it be tuning in this year for live watch long reactions live here on YouTube from Wisconsin, Ball State, Auburn, Villanova, Indiana, Iowa, the bye week, Illinois, Ohio State, Maryland, Michigan, Rutgers, Michigan State, and in the Outback Bowl here today against Arkansas. I just want to say thank you, as always, for tuning in and listening. The big dog also wants to say thank you as well. I think he wants a treat. I was going to give him a pig ear in the win for the blue and white, but they lost. But I'm, still a dog person and a damn good owner at that, as he had a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year as well. Adopt. Don't shop, folks. I'm still going to give him the pig ear. Hell, I might, like I said, eat some bacon, maybe a BLT on white. I don't know. It is getting close to supper time now. But it is New Year's, so New Year's food with the holiday. Yeah, we'll see what's on tap. But I'm going to be back on live right here on YouTube anyway in a few short hours for WWE Day 1, so I'll probably just snack. And once again, tough loss for Penn State. I'm sure as Nick Lions would have loved to have a pig in the ground and beer on ice right now. Arkansas has got a line if they can find one, and also beer on ice. Getting rowdy tonight, bringing in the new year with a win. But now it's on to next year. It is. And it'll be here before we know it. It will. Had fun this year. Should have had more fun. But unfortunately, with the losses, yeah. Take them to heart, no doubt about it. And you win some, you lose some, but losing just absolutely sucks. But wrap up here. Next year is going to begin. I mean, even though technically it already has with New Year's today, so Happy New Year to everyone. Once again, we're going to have recruiting wrap up next month. Right now, it's headlined, and they've signed their letters of intent. They'll either be enrolling a few of these players in a few short weeks, or in the summertime sometime, hell, even into the fall. But yeah, Penn State has a top 5 recruiting class, headlined by quarterback Drew Allar, running back Nick Singleton, wide receiver Caden Saunders, and defenders Danny, Dennis, Sutton, and Mekhi Flowers, as Manny Diaz will take over for Brett Pry and become the new Penn State defensive coordinator following his departure from Virginia Tech. Like I said, Mike Yursich, for now, staying put as the offensive coordinator, unless, of course, it's a better job offer that he thinks he should take. But yeah, spring ball then, mid-March, they'll practice for about a month. It's 15 practices, and the 15th is always the spring game, the blue and white game for Penn State. And that blue and white game will be in April sometime. Date right now still to be determined. They really won't announce anything on that until I would think, as it normally is, not until later this month, early next month, hell, into March, probably right as spring ball begins. Like, hey, because they'll do what they got to do to wrap up now this season. Dot their I's and cross their T's and, move on to next year now. So the 15 practices, of course, we'll only see the one with the spring game, of course. That date's still to be determined. I'm feeling it's either going to be Easter weekend, as it has been before, say April 16th, I believe the date is, or the following Saturday. Before then, the 2022 season begins Labor Day weekend on the road with another true road game to begin the season for the 3rd straight year. And Penn State's 1-1 the past 2 years, losing at Indiana, which they'll have to go to again this upcoming year, and then winning at Wisconsin this past September. But just as mentioned earlier, for the 2021 season here, 10 of the 12 opponents were bowl eligible. Next year, for the 2022 slate, 9 bowl teams from this year are on the schedule next year. And it'll start on September the 3rd from Ross-Ade Stadium in West Lafayette, Indiana, at Purdue. Then Penn State will host Ohio before they head to the Plains to take on the Auburn Tigers. Then they'll host Central Michigan and Ohio State. So don't confuse anyone. Yes, just as it was in 2012, they have both Ohio and Ohio State at home next year in 2022. Okay? They start at Purdue, Ohio, at Auburn, Central Michigan. There's your first month of the season. So 9 Big Ten games and 3 non-conference with Ohio, Auburn, and Central Michigan. The road slate is a little heavy and tough earlier than it is compared on the back end, in my opinion. But looking ahead, 2022 Penn State football season. At Purdue, Ohio, at Auburn, Central Michigan. Ohio State at Michigan. They get Ohio State and Michigan in back-to-back weeks. That's going to be tough, okay? Because this year, as they had Ohio State and Michigan twice in a 3-week span, really, looking back, they didn't have anybody, tough, even though they lost 3 in a row. Now I've lost 2 in a row, close the year. And this is all after a 5-0 start. And then they finished 2-6 down the stretch, which just, I don't know how the hell it happens, but it did. Back-to-back tough games. And then they'll have to get revenge. Illinois is coming right back Happy Valley next October before a bye week. So Illinois is the bye week team. The bye week came before Illinois this year, and the bye week next year will come after Illinois. So, but that's tough. You have Ohio State, and then you go to Michigan. I mean, that's going back a few years and they had a bye week in between, but remember, they lost, this was 2019, finished at 11-2, won the Cotton Bowl over Memphis, yes, if I'm not mistaken. Remember, they lost to Ohio State at the end of September. Bye week, and then they lose to Michigan State. Or make that 3 losses, sorry. Because they also lost to Minnesota. Or no, that was 2018. Why am I thinking 19? But that was actually the Citrus Bowl year. So we'll back it up another year. 2018-19. I'm confusing my years now. And now we're in another year. And it's going to take everyone a while to, get used to right in 2022 now. Even though you need 3 2s and 1 0. And the 0 is the second number. So remember that. No. And back-to-back games, and I mean, hell, last year, I'm trying to think now, too. Back to 2020. What it was. And this is off the top of my head. I'm not looking at anything. This is audio only, but I'm not looking at anything. Let me think here a second. They started at Indiana and then Ohio State. And then it was... I mean, at least next year in the West, they don't have to play Wisconsin, Iowa, or Nebraska. So they luck out in that regard. But of course, they still got to play Ohio State, Michigan, and Michigan State. So those 3 cancel each other out anyway. They do get Minnesota back on the schedule. Minnesota and Purdue are the crossover games, along with Illinois. Illinois is going to become what Iowa has been for Penn State. And then it's Northwestern at some point in time down the line. That you're playing each other each year. Like, that's your true crossover game. Plus, you'll get a couple more. And then the games are just going to be played whenever the hell they're played. No, really, since 2018, 2019. I mean, that's going back a few years now. And back-to-back conference games, whether home or away. And they'll split with these 2. Hopefully win them both. They'll probably lose both of them both, though. maybe split, but split, I mean home away there in back-to-back weeks. They haven't had that tough, in my opinion at least, just trying to remember off the top of my head, that tough of a 2-game or even a 3-game stretch and back-to-back weeks with no, bye week. And the bye week this year came at a perfect time. It's going to come at a perfect time next year, too. It's toward the tail end of October. And then they get Michigan State. So that's tough for October, as it was this year, because they were 1-3. I mean, you can count the Indiana game as a late September, early October game. It was October the 2nd, so, give or take a few days. And October felt like September because winter and the cold didn't come around until late this fall right here in Happy Valley. But, next year's 2022 slate is as follows. Penn State's going to go to Purdue to begin the season. First meeting since 2019. Then they'll play Ohio and then at Auburn. Central Michigan returns to Happy Valley for the first time and make it 17 years come kickoff. And then Ohio State at Michigan, Illinois. So Penn State's, of course, with that 9 overtime loss this year, going to have to get some revenge on the Fighting Illini, I would think. Then it's the bye week. Then they get Michigan State. Going to have to also go back to the state of Indiana and play the Hoosiers. They play at Indiana. They're going to get revenge on them on the road this time around as they shut them out this year. But we all remember what happened to begin last year to end the game. The ball was never in the end zone. It wasn't across the goal line, so to speak. And it wasn't a touchdown, even though they said touchdown. Indiana won. Penn State lost. 0-5 start. 4-game winning streak to close out the year. 5-game winning streak to start this year. And then 2-6 to close it out, finishing at 7-6 this year. So if you do the math, 7-6 for Penn State this year. And 4-5 last year. Right? Yeah. 7-6 this year. So that's 11 wins. And then 5-6 this year. That's 11 losses. That's right at 500. They're 11-11 since the start of 2020. And now we're into 2022. So can they get over the hump? Can they win the close games? Because if not, and this is how it's going to be, believe me, I stand by what I said earlier about who's in charge. So I'm not going to say more. But yeah, coming off the bye week, Michigan State at Indiana. And then they get Maryland and Minnesota. They're going to have to try to get some revenge on the Golden Gophers. Got to row their boat into Happy Valley Beaver Stadium the Saturday before Thanksgiving next year for how that game ended back in 2019. And remember in 16, Penn State needed overtime to win. So, and then that was the coming on right before Ohio State, block kick, Big Ten, Rose Bowl, all that from then until now. Penn State, yeah, they have a few issues, problems. A few teams are, in fact, kryptonite against them, but then they'll close at Rutgers. And give it up for Rutgers. They went and played Wake Forest yesterday. Yeah, they lost, but on short notice, replacing Texas A&M in the Gator Bowl. So, as 10 of the 14 teams out of the Big Ten made the bowl season this year, Penn State had 10 of 12 opponents go bowling. And now next year in 2022, 9 bowl teams from this season are on the schedule for next year as well. And I mean, it really could be next year a lot like this year. Could be a lot better, but could be a hell of a lot worse. So you take it for what it's worth and you live with it. But here today, of course, to close the door on the 2021 campaign, Arkansas, the Hogs, or Razorbacks, defeat the Penn State Lions 24-10 in the 2022 Outback Bowl. So, once again, as always, thank you for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. And just can't thank you enough, as always. Thanks for tuning in and listening. Could have hoped and wished for a better outcome there, but Penn State just, they didn't have it. They didn't have it today. Every dog has its day, and we move on. So we're on to next year. But in the meantime, once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. For the glory of Old State, Penn State football. They are heroes. They are winners. Even though they weren't today, they are still, in fact, Penn State football. We are Penn State. So that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96, live right here on YouTube here today and all season long, covering Penn State football from start to finish here in 2021. But now it's on to next year. But in the meantime, there's still time to go check out my College Football Bowl Game Bowl season preview as well. And hopefully tune back in a week from Monday for some College Football live watch long reactions live here on YouTube with the College Football Playoff National Championship game. As well, it'll be Alabama and Georgia, another rematch, unfortunately, but it is what it is. They do, in fact, need to expand the playoff, but will they anytime soon? It doesn't look like it, but we'll get more into that discussion, with expansion and realignment and, recruiting, the transfer portal, and the coaching carousel, and everything that is college football off of the field at a later date. But on the field today, in the Outback Bowl, Arkansas once again defeats Penn State. Your final score, 24-10 in the defeat. Arkansas 9-4 season. Penn State gonna drop to 7-6 once again under James Franklin. So 24-10 your final score, and that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96, live right here on YouTube. So be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. And cheers to 2022. Hopes everybody for the Penn State Blue-White game. Wonder how that is going to be, along with the start and all of next year as well. But even in the loss, we are Penn State. Hell, the Lions, they fought. They did. Not necessarily till the end, but they did, but they didn't. You can still fight on state, but just once again, very frustrating and disappointing for Penn State here this season. But I've said enough. I've said my piece. I really don't have much else to say. If I am going to say much more, it probably won't be on here. It might be. If it is, it's going to be on another stream, so hopefully we'll tune back in. But Arkansas wins the Outback Bowl. Final score, once again, 24-10 over the blue and white Penn State Lions. So woo pig suey, but we are Penn State. Here's and cheers to 2022. Future's bright. If only they can get over that small hump, win these close games, and find a running game. The motto for Penn State football all off-season long needs to be 4 short words. Other than we are Penn State, of course. Run the damn ball. How hard is it to run the football? Man, I tell you what, and that's why I said once again, if only they had a running game this year, who knows, it could have been 10 times different. But in the end, it wasn't because they didn't have one. So you reap what you sow, and you lay down and not necessarily die, but they got to live with how they've played. They, dug themselves a hole. Well, now they got to get out of it. So we'll see what the future holds for Penn State football. But yeah, this will in fact be my last Penn State football live stream here for the 2021-2022 season. So once again, thank you as always for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. And once again, your final score. Arkansas wins the Outback Bowl over the blue and white Penn State Nittany Lions by a score of 24-10. However, we are Penn State.